Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and that will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikalela ilezwe letu na bantu balo. Umusile ukulungu kwepondo letu. Nkosi sikalela iAfrika. Trina abantwana bayo. Kokela inkokeli zayo. Yaniki uqolo iAfrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated. Good afternoon, honourable members. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all the guests in the gallery. But before we proceed, I would like to make some comments about the logistical arrangements. Today's sitting shall be governed by the standing rules, and in instances where the rules cannot be applied, the ruling by the presiding officer is final. Honourable members, the quorum requirements for the sitting of the House are as provided for in the Constitution and the standing rules. The Sergeant at Arms will be recording members' attendance. Honourable members who are present in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams have all the privileges and immunities imparted by law. Honourable members, unless there is an indication of unanimous concurrence, voting will be confined to members present in the House and who are entitled to cast their votes in accordance with our standing rules. Members who are considered to be out of order by the presiding officer will have their microphones muted and will be called to order. When an honourable member wishes to raise a point of order, such an honourable member may address the presiding officer as normal, but must mute his or her microphone when he or she has completed speaking. The honourable members are kindly requested to ensure that their microphones are unmuted when they are recognised by the presiding officer and to mute their microphones when they have finished speaking. I kindly request those who are not members of the House to please observe the decorum of the House. Honourable members, for the sitting or for the purposes of the sitting, language interpreting services are available by using the devices at your disposal. Honourable members are reminded that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings, and to this end I wish to draw the honourable members' attention to Rule 40 of our standing rules. The Secretary and our administration will ensure that there is a dedicated technical support at all times during the sitting. We will now proceed with the business of the day, and I recognise the Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, before we proceed with the business of the day, may I please ask that the House reflects in a moment of silence on the passing of the daughter of the Honourable Member Benson Nkwensu, with your permission.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any objections to that motion being moved? No objections. Agreed to. Can I please ask that all the honourable members please rise? Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. And members, we will now move on to the Chief Whip.
Thank you once again, Honourable Speaker. I move in my name that the House resolves to revive the consideration of the Constitution of the Western Cape First Amendment Bill B1 of 2021 from the stage it reached during the 6th Parliament, and hereby refers the amendment bill to the Standing Committee on Premier and Constitutional Matters for consideration and reporting. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved? No objections. Agreed to. I recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I once again move in my name that notwithstanding the provision of Rule 21, precedence be given to the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable B. van Minnen.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved? No objections. Agreed to. We will then deal with the subject for the discussion in the name of the Honourable B. van Minnen as printed on the order paper, and I recognise the Honourable van Minnen.
Honourable Speaker, this is a very important debate that we're having today on a subject that I think is critical to everybody living in the Western Cape. But let's drop the use of euphemisms that get thrown around with this issue. This is not a capacity issue. It is not a resourcing issue. It is a policing failure. And more than that, it is a governance failure. A failure of the ANC-led government and their inability and refusal to build a proper, effective SAPS for over 30 years. And the people in the Western Cape are paying for it with their lives. On Sunday night, a young mother, Kasifa, was shot and killed in Bonteheuwel. She leaves behind 2 young children, aged 4 and 5. At an age when children should be in the warmth of their families, they face the loss of their mother and are now living with their granny. Not only was Kafiso shot and killed by gangsters, but when tipped off as to who had shot her and where they were to be found, SAPS and the SANDF turned up and proceeded to search a house on the other side of the street, whilst being watched by the 4 gangsters who were waiting for an Uber to take them to Manenberg. This tendency to turn up and search the wrong house is already emerging as a trend and begs the question of why SAPS and the SANDF are protecting criminals, not citizens. Then yesterday, we saw 4 children shot in Bonteheuwel, aged 10, 11, 12, and 16. This is a complete circus, and not of the funny kind, but of the kind that was held in ancient Rome, where people were killed for entertainment, proudly brought to you by the ANC. Honourable Speaker, let me explain what understaffing actually does. It strips policing down to the bare minimum. Fewer patrols, slower response times, less capacity to protect. Detectives overwhelmed with dockets they cannot possibly close. And when cases collapse, criminals learn something. There are no consequences. This is how gangs entrench themselves. This is how communities lose control. And this is how fear becomes normalized. And once fear becomes normal, the state has lost. On the flip side, when SAPS loses the respective residents, when there's no cooperation with the absent SAPS, then the state is also lost. And incidentally, this results not just in increased crime, but in increased crime within SAPS. An organization where the organized crime unit means just that. They organize crime. With people like Sergeant Fani and Nkosi, currently in prison because bail seems like a risk too far. The minister suspended, and a commission in Parliament uncovering the most excruciating details of how SAPS is utterly compromised. And is the ANC embarrassed? No. They just try to victim blame the Western Cape for the issue. So, what is the response from national government? Send in the army. Deploy the troops to the area with high crime stats, or as the ANC likes to refer it, the Cape Flats problem. Well, this is what that means. The South African National Defence Force is being used as a substitute for a functioning police service because SAPS has failed. Soldiers do not investigate cases. They do not build informant networks. They do not secure convictions. While they patrol, cases go cold. While they march through communities, the real work of policing, intelligence, investigation, and justice falls behind. But they do not and cannot fix the system. This is not policing. This is security theatre. It's a bizarre form of Boetie Bonteheuwel too, and once he's there, he searches the wrong house. And while the tragic comic theatre plays out, the real crisis deepens. If national government is serious about safety, then it must act where it matters, on staffing, on resources, on capacity, and especially on detective numbers. So here are the demands, clear and non-negotiable. Number 1, fill every critical vacancy in SAPS precincts across the Western Cape within a defined time frame. Not in theory, not over years, now. To fully staff SAPS in the Western Cape would cost between 2 and 3 billion per year. That is less than 1% of the national budget, but the difference between order and chaos on our streets. This is less than the annual VIP protection budget. So it's important to note that this country spends more protecting VIPs than it would cost to fix policing shortages in the entire Western Cape.
Wow.
And we need to ask ourselves why VIPs are considered more valuable than the people living in the Western Cape. Number 2, massively expand detective
Order.
capacity.
Order.
Massively expand detective capacity. Cap caseloads. Recruit and train new investigators.
Order.
And give them the tech that is needed to do their jobs. We cannot expect justice to be served when multiple detectives are forced to share a single laptop, when vehicles meant to chase criminals are left broken, and when critical investigative software is rendered useless, procured not for quality, but through cadre-driven tenders. Third, rebuild crime intelligence. Without intelligence-led policing, SAPS is always one step behind, and criminals are always one step ahead. Target the small number of hotspots that drive most killings and assign deployment to intelligence. Integrate crime intelligence with detectives, anti-gang work, and prosecutors. We also need real reform, not just more of the same. That means expanding proven models like LEAP, where properly resourced officers are deployed where they're needed most. It means strengthening provincial oversight so that failure at national level is exposed and acted upon. And yes, it means confronting the bigger question. How many more people must be sacrificed on the altar of ANC vanity before they agree to expand policing powers to the province so that crime can be rolled back?
Order.
Honourable
Order.
Speaker, until national government fixes staffing, fixes resources, and expands power to allow for real change, nothing else will matter. Not deployments, not announcements, not spin. Because in the end, the test is simple. Are people safe? No, they're not. And that is the truth this House cannot ignore. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minen. Order. Order, members. Before I recognize the Honourable Stoffel, while this is a political debate, it's also a very emotive subject on the order paper. Can I please ask members to be mindful of the families that was victims of this subject in our communities, those members that we represent. So can I please ask that you debate and that you interject with the communities in mind, and that we do justice to this subject on the order paper. With that being said, Honourable Stoffel, I recognize you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the House and the citizens of the Western Cape.
En daar's boere ook.
Honourable Speaker, the crisis of crime in the Cape Flats cannot be separated from the reality and entrenched social conditions that sustain it. At the heart of this crisis, it is a failure in governance. Communities in Cape Flats have been abandoned by this DA government. There are deep structural problems and poverty, unemployment, and inequality that continues to define the lives of the majority of our people. Generations of residents have been left without hope, without jobs, and without proper social infrastructure. The daily reality in our township is one of despair, where young people are lured into gang because they see no other path to survive. Now, Speaker, we have to be announced when looking at social challenges, because two versions can be true. The one version is that the South African Police Service had limited capacity to confront highly organized criminal networks, gang violence, and drug trafficking, and this is due to limited personnel, inadequate resources, and limited capacity on the ground. Speaker, another version is that the DA has abandoned Black and colored communities in this city and broader Western Cape. They have abandoned in them by now not providing a clear strategy in combating crime. Speaker, crime fighting is through upgrading the environmental and designed to ensure safety. Crime fighting is providing sport complex facilities for youth. Crime fighting is providing entrepreneurship, funding, and support for the township economy to ensure that it strives crime fighting goes beyond policing. So yes, we can debate SAP's understaffing today and inadequate resources, but let us not leave the role of good governance out of the debate, because there are good examples around the world we can learn from. In 1999, Portugal faced a chronic crisis, chronic addiction reached devastated levels with a portion of population depend on hard drugs. Yet instead relying solely on a punitive, enforcement-heavy approach. The Portuguese state implementation and a coordinated, well-resourced strategy that treated drugs addictions as a public health issue. Crucially, this was not a retreat from law enforcement. It was a reinforcement of state overall capacity, combining policing with health services, social support, and targeted intervention. The result was a dramatic decline in drug-related deaths, HIV infection, and drug-related crime. Now, Speaker, instead of the DA confronting root causes of the crime and violence in the province, they talk of policing powers to be devolved. The DA has no plan to address the poverty, the joblessness, and despair that feed the crime in the province, because these problems do not affect its core constituency. The lesson that the DA should be taken here for the Western Cape is clear. No strategy to combat crime can succeed with SAPS alone. We are not downplaying the challenges faced by SAPS. They are there and significant and need to be addressed. However, integrated approach is needed here. Speaker, an ineffective response to crime in Western Cape must move beyond fragmented and reactive policing, instead adopt an integrated whole of society approach to recognize this crime as both a security and economic phenomenon. When the president announced the deployment of army in the province, we welcome the move, but also emphasize the need for long-term sustainable strategy in dealing with crime in the province. The reality is that in many municipal communities, particularly those marked by high unemployment, inequality, crime operates as an alternative economic sustained by illicit markets, organized networks, and the absence of viable livelihoods. Speaker, we have to talk about the sustained pressure by the DA for devolution of powers. Instead of complementing SAPS, they create parallel policing and recruit detective senior managers from SAPS to these private institutions, security institutions. Now they want to stand here. They want to stand here and debate understaffing at SAPS when they have played the role in that sound about DA. We are quite aware about this orchestrated plan of them within the province to cripple the police services.
Order.
The understaffing of SAPS, this cannot be divorced from the behavior of the Western Cape government.
Order, members.
We say this because so far they have been recruiting the detective and senior management from SAPS including normal members and members of special task force, training to the task force members. One member to train them in the police force is 1.1 million. It is done deliberate in order to cripple the system of devolution of agenda.
Order.
The other thing that we have noted in terms of the condition of these members that they are working in this province, when it comes of the buildings of SAPs in the province, I hope the MEC take note, and I hope the MEC will take a tour in the Western Cape and go and look to these conditions that these members
Honorable
is
member, your
working,
time has expired.
so
Thank you
that
ve-
those
Honorable
people
member,
can
your
stop
time has expired.
resigning.
Order. Order. Thank you very much. Order. Order, members. Order. I need to recognize the next speaker on the list. I recognize the Honorable Stevens.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the House, and to our guests in the gallery. Honorable Speaker, let us be honest, our communities are under siege. Across the Western Cape, people are living in fear. Police stations are critically understaffed. Officers are overstretched, and criminals are operating with confidence because they know the system meant to stop them is failing. Yes, policing is a national competency, but let me say this clearly, governance is not a part-time responsibility. This government cannot continuously shift blame to national government while they govern this province. You cannot show up in communities during election season, ask for votes, make promises about safety, and then disappear when those same communities are crying out for protection. Accountability does not end at the ballot box. It begins there. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the deployment of the South African National Defence Force. It was necessary and it provided some much needed relief in high-risk areas. But an intervention of this scale requires more than presence. It requires planning, coordination, and follow-through. The army was deployed to areas such as Wallisdene, Scottsville, Kraaifontein, a community that desperately needed intervention. Yet, where is the feedback? Where is the measurable impact? Where is the long-term solution? Our people cannot survive on visibility alone. They need tangible results. We are not questioning the intent of the deployment. We are questioning the execution thereof in the absence of a clear, coordinated strategy that ensures real lasting change. Honorable Speaker, we must also confront a reality many are uncomfortable to address. There are elements within the police service that are compromised. Officers who are working with drug lords, protecting criminal networks, and undermining justice from within. In such a context, we cannot simply assume that integrated operations between the army and the police will automatically be effective. There must either be clearly defined independent operations or strict and uncompromising oversight, because we cannot allow criminal influence to dictate where law enforcement operates. That is not policing, that is failure. Honorable Speaker, what is urgently required is alignment. The Western Cape government, the City of Cape Town, provincial police leadership, Lieutenant General Patikile, and those responsible for SANDF deployment must come together and present a clear, ununified, and actionable plan, not fragmented efforts, not parallel processes. One coordinated strategy that puts the safety of our people first, because right now, criminals are thriving in the gaps between poor coordination and weak accountability. We acknowledge the severe staffing shortages within SAPS, but we reject the ongoing cycle of excuse making. Our people are not
Honorable member, your
interested.
time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Gotso in terms of Rule 214, subsection 1 of our standing rules. Honorable Gotso.
Thank you, Speaker. On Saturday night, a disturbing video from one of our Cape Flats communities surfaced. It showed gangsters gathered openly in the streets, relaxed and confident. When members of the SANDF arrived in that area, those gangsters did not scatter or hide. They laughed. They laughed because they understood something that the ANC still refuses to admit, and Honorable Barnes over there said it earlier, the root causes, is that without intelligence, planning, and real policing capacity, deployment become theater rather than protection. And in this case, we know that the deployment of the
Order.
troops to the Cape Flats
Order, members. Honorable
pure
Gotzel, please
election.
take your seat. Order, please stop the clock. Order, members. Order. I was going to rule on that, Honorable Barnes. Honorable Gotzel, order. Honorable members. Honorable Gotzel, if you want to address a member, please speak to me and not directly to the member. Otherwise, you will have a member responding to you. Can I please ask the members also to not drown out? Order, I'm on the floor. Please do not drown out the speaker on the floor. I am very mindful that this is a political debate, but as I have requested earlier on, to please be mindful. I know that it's very emotive, but there's citizens that is watching this debate because it affects all communities in this province. So can you please treat it with the necessary respect for the people that we are elected to serve? Honorable Michaels, is that a point of order? Please rise.
Speaker, can I ask the member a question?
Please take your seat. I will ask the member if he's prepared to take a question. Honorable Gotzel, are you prepared to take a question?
I didn't bring enough crayons to draw the answer.
The honorable member is not prepared to take a question. Honorable Gotzel, order, members, you may continue.
So in this case, we know that the deployment of troops to the Cape Flats was pure electioneering theater by a dying ANC. That is why not even 200 of the originally promised 800 troops has arrived in Cape Town. The Western Cape have dedicated hardworking SAPS members, but they are being set up to fail by the Minister of Pomp and Ceremony, Angie Motshekga, and a professor who is living his best FBI dream.
Order.
Speaker, the Western Cape is policing tomorrow's crime with yesterday's resources. In the past 2 weeks of this 823 million rand deployment, there has been no material successes. There's been no clear operational plan presented to Parliament and no evidence of strengthened intelligence capability. For the period 6 to 12
Order,
April,
members. Honorable
violence-
Gotzel, please take your seat. Honorable members on my left-hand side. Interjections are allowed or permitted, especially during a political debate. But this running commentary, constant running commentary, is unfortunately not allowed. Can I please caution the members on both sides to not drown out the speaker on the floor? If you wanted to make a contribution to this debate, you should have had your name on the speakers list. Honorable Gotzel, you may continue.
Struck a nerve. 48 gang-related murders and 35 gang-related attempted murders. And there's been little visible use of technology, little reliance on proven force multipliers, such as trained police dogs, simply because the SAPS does not have these capabilities. When I visited the Cape Flats on the first day of the deployment, it was notable that a simple force multiplier like K9 police dogs were not employed. And neither was any intelligence, because by the end of the first day, none of the tip-offs had borne any fruit. Why, you ask, honorable members? The answer is simple. Firstly, because the country is still reeling from how Jacob Zuma and his ANC cronies destroyed crime intelligence. And secondly, because the ANC's self-enriching anti-economic growth policies. For the past 5 years, SAPS has not procured any new operational dogs for critical policing functions. These dogs are not luxury.
Honorable Gotzel, please take your seat.
Sure.
Honorable Barnes, can I please ask that you allow the member to make his contribution? This running commentary is completely out of order. So there's a member on the floor, and the member's got the same rights to make his or her contribution, whether you agree with the input of a particular member. You cannot drown out the member. We all agreed in the beginning of this term to adhere to the rules, and the member is on the speakers list. And it is my duty to ensure that that member gets the opportunity to deliver his contributions. Honorable Gotzel, you may continue.
So For the past 5 years, SAPS has not procured any canine dogs. These dogs sniff out illegal firearms. They recover drugs. They multiply policing capacity without requiring additional personnel. Yet, during an oversight visit at Roodeplaat last week, the reason for this failure was plain. The SAPS has not managed to procure dogs because apparently suitable breeders are not BEE compliant. ANC policies are not killing our economy. It's killing our people right here on the Cape Flats. The consequences of these failures are not theoretical. They are painfully real. Just days ago, 6-year-old Yasima Trout was shot through the head in Valhalla Park when gangsters opened fire in her community. Last night, 13-year-old Austin Chitter was amongst 4 people shot dead in Delft, execution style. 2 mass murders in 1 week. So I have to ask, Minister Mochecha, where are the 800 troops that you promised? And what is particularly troubling, Speaker, is that some members in this House respond to these reminders of SAP's failures, not with solutions, but with racial rhetoric. Good for nothing, but nothing says electioneering quite like a desperate ANC. We saw this hypocrisy clearly during the recent by-election campaign in Dunoon. This community have for months asked that a SAPS mobile truck be stationed closer to where they reside. On the very day that the ANC Minister of Employment and Labour campaigned in that community, a brand new truck arrived suddenly. But the next day when she was done, the truck was gone too. This is almost as indefensible as good. I mean, the Unite for Pocket Change, Honourable Heron's safety plan, which comprises 5 pages, including a cover page. Speaker, whilst the ANC and their cronies in this House are playing with people's lives, the City of Cape Town's Metro and Leap have over the past 2 weeks taken more guns off the street and conducted far more drug busts than the SAPS has in months. The Cape Flats does not need a screaming auntie from Eldorado Park. The Cape Flats needs force multipliers such as K9, Metro Police, who helps investigate gun-related gang crime, and Leap. But the ANC continues to refuse the people of the Cape Flats these very needed force multipliers. Now, imagine what our dedicated SAPS members could be doing if the ANC would finally agree to our proposal of expanding policing powers to capable governments to help investigate gun-related gang crime. The fact that they are not willing to do this, Speaker, leaves this House with only one question. Is this about politics or about people?
Thank you very much, Honourable Gotzel. Your time is expired. Order. Can I get some order before I recognize the next speaker on the speakers list? Order. Order. Honourable members, there's another member waiting to take the floor, but I'm not going to recognize him until you have settled down. Honourable Michaels, I now recognize you. Members, please, there's a member on the floor.
Speaker, achtbare dankie. Eerstens wil ek vir member Walters gelukwens met sy verkiesing tot die DA se nasionale bestuur. Is net jammer dat member Walters teen minister Ivan gewout het. Speaker, ek dink die provinsie mense moet nood vat wat vandag in die huis
Order.
niks in die land is 'n geheimie. Even wat in cabinet meetings gebeur, kom ook uit buite toe.
Honourable member, please take your seat. Honourable Walters, is that a point of order?
I wanted to know whether the member will take a question.
Of
course.
No, can you take your seat? Honourable Michaels, are you prepared to take a question?
No member, no speaker.
The honourable member is not prepared to take a question. Order. Honourable members, can you please calm down? There's a member on the floor. And this interjections and conversation across the floor is not allowing the member to make his contribution. Honourable members, we have a long day and a long order paper ahead. I please ask that you work with me. Members, there's citizens watching this debate because it actually affects them. Honorable Michaels, that is completely out of order. I'm trying to protect you on the floor, and you adding to it. Order. Honorable members, please settle down so we can continue. Okay, this is the last warning because I've allowed a lot of latitude, but this is the last warning, members. Honorable Michaels, you may continue.
Dankie Speaker. Ek wil net noem dat cabinet meetings, discussions lek ook uit in die land. En as die issues van misdaad in die GNU in cabinet meetings opkom, dan praat nie DA nie in daai meetings nie. Speaker, wat ons in die Weskaap sien is nie net 'n polisieheringskrisis nie. Dit is 'n leierskapmislukking vierkantig aan die voete van die demokratiese alliansie. Die DA wil geraas maak oor misdaad, maar wanneer dit by werklike oplossings kom, bly hulle stil. Hulle het jare, nie maande nie, jare.
Honorable Michaels, please take your seat. Honorable Walters, is there a point of order?
Honourable Speaker, it's actually quite a serious point of order.
What's your point of order?
By law, cabinet meetings of national government is very confidential. So Member Michaels actually referred here to a serious security breach.
Order.
No, I'm being dead serious.
Order.
It's actually a very, very serious remark about a national security matter. So I really think this should come to the House as a substantive motion, but I honestly think there's a serious remark that's been made.
Absolutely.
So please take note.
Order. Order. Honorable members, you are bordering on the line for me to start naming members. Because the way that this House is degenerating into chaos is completely unacceptable. So can I please ask for the very last time that you please work with me in order to get through the order paper for those citizens that is watching this debate and that is watching the work of their elected public representatives. We're not here carrying our own jackets. I hope not. Honorable Walters, I will revert to Hanson and we'll come back to the House with the ruling. Honorable Michaels, you may continue.
Dankie Speaker. Die DA wil geraas maak oor misdaad, maar wanneer dit by werklike oplossings kom, bly hulle stil. Hulle het jare, nie maande nie, jare in hierdie provinsie gehad en tog leef ons gemeenskappe in die Kaapse vlakte in plekke soos Mitchellsplein en Novapa, Gugulethu steeds onder beleg. Hulle het sogenaamde wetstoepassingsbevorderingsplan, LEAP, bekendgestel en dit is aan ons mense as die antwoord verkoop. Maar wat is vandag die werklikheid? Miljarde rande van belastingbetalers se geld is in hierdie program gestort en steeds duur bendegeweld voort, moorde duur voort en dwelmbase opereer vrylik. Volgens verskeie berigte insluitend dekking deur Media24, Daily Maverick, het beamptes beperkte magte. Hulle is nie SAPD nie. Hulle kan nie ernstige misdade ondersoek nie. Hulle kan nie syndikaate ontmantel nie. Dus wat ons het is 'n duplisering van hulpbronne, nie 'n oplossing nie, 'n PR-oefening, nie ware veiligheid nie. Die DA dit geweet. Hulle het geweet polisieering is 'n nasionale bevoegdheid. Tog in plaas daarvan om betekenisvol
Honorable Michaels, your time has expired. Please take your seat.
om met die nasionale regering
Honorable Michaels, your time has expired. Please. Honorable members, again, Honorable Michaels, that is completely unacceptable. There's a time allocated or allotted to political parties based on a formula, based on electoral support, and that's the reason why there's a speakers list with time allocated. When I call you and remind you that your time has expired, I expect members to adhere to that in the interest of the democratic processes and the democratic election that you exposed yourself on behalf of your political party to. I recognize the Honorable Bosman.
Speaker, I want to start by telling you a story of a woman in Manenberg. She knows the sounds of gunshots the way most of us know the sound of rain. She has learned to count the shots because the number tells her how close it is. And when it gets close enough, she phones the police. She has been phoning the police for years. She's not alone. Last Thursday, a 6-year-old girl was playing outside her home in Fisher-Belavis, and she was caught in a gunfight between two rival gangs. Investigators found more than 30 spent cartridges on the scene. That little girl was shot in the head. As we debate in this chamber today, she is still in hospital. The army was already deployed when that happened. What she gets, what all of them get, is not a failure of officers who answered. It is a failure of the government that has left those officers without vehicles, without colleagues, and without the capacity to respond. This is not just a policing failure, that is a governance failure. And that failure has a very specific address. Honorable Speaker, my colleagues have laid out the evidence, the vacancy rate, the case backlogs, the response times. I do not need to repeat those numbers. What I want to address is the national government's answer to all of it. Their answer, their chosen instrument, is a soldier. The Western Cape deployment began on the 1st of April. It will run until April next year, at a cost to the national fiscus of more than 800 million rands. 800 million rands. Not for detectives, not for more charge officers, not for training colleges, not for the structural investment this province has been requesting for years, for soldiers. Every time this province reaches crisis point, every time pressure from communities becomes too loud to ignore, every time the headlines demand a response, the cabinet meets.
Honorable Bosman, please take your seat. Honorable Adams, is that a point of order?
Speaker, I was wanting to check if the honourable member was willing to take a question.
I'll ask the member. Honorable Chief Whip, are you prepared to take a question?
Right now.
The honorable member is not prepared. Honorable Adams, I'm addressing you on your point of order. The honorable member is not prepared to take a question. Honorable Bosman, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, when that cabinet meets, an announcement is made, soldiers arrive. And I want to be very clear about what a soldier can and cannot do. A soldier can stand on a corner. They can create a visible presence. A soldier can, for periods of weeks or months, make a community feel that something is being done. But what they cannot do, what a soldier has never been trained to do, is to investigate a murder, to build a docket, to interview a witness, gather forensic evidence, testify in court, or close a case. A soldier is not a detective, and no deployment, however large, however loudly announced, however expensive, has ever been a substitute for a detective. Honorable Speaker, independent analysis published yesterday described this deployment as, and I'm going to quote the headline, a plaster on a gaping gang gunshot wounds. From the 9th to the 12th of April, while this deployment was active, while soldiers were patrolling our streets, 49 people were murdered in this province. 49 in 4 days. On the 8th of April, an off-duty SANDF soldier was himself a victim of murder in Delft. During the deployment, his firearm was taken from him. And in Tafelsig, footage emerged of gangsters laughing during a street party, apparently unbothered by the presence of soldiers in their neighborhood. Because those gangsters understand something our national cabinet apparently does not. Soldiers leave. They always leave. And when they leave, the gangs are still there. The networks are still intact. The grip on communities is still unbroken, because you cannot arrest your way out of a crisis that a deployment did nothing to dismantle. It is also worth noting the independent analysis that this deployment coincides with an election cycle. Communities in this province deserve to know whether this is a safety intervention or a campaign strategy. What does this deployment do What is it designed to do?
Honorable Chief Whip, please take your seat. Honorable Adams, is that a point of order?
Speaker, just for point of clarity, the honourable member is trying to put an assumption that the army is useless, while the DA themselves have welcomed the army.
That is not a point of order. Please take your seat.
It's a
No,
wrong assumption that the
Honorable Adams, order members. Order. There is honorable members, Honorable Adams, that is not a point of order. It's not our duty, or it's not my duty to interrogate the submissions or the inputs of members, or to adjudicate on that. If there is a factual disagreement, I'm on the floor. There's other parliamentary mechanisms at your disposal. On your point of order, that is not a point of order. Honorable Chief Whip, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, while Pretoria is managing its optics, the province of the Western Cape is managing the consequences. Let me be precise about what the Western Cape government has done within the limits of what the Constitution actually allows us to do. We have funded and deployed additional law enforcement officers through the LEAP program from the Western Cape government's fiscus, not from SAPS. Because the national government has left a vacuum that this province has chosen to fill, because we do not leave communities to manage alone. We have developed and implemented a provincial safety plan that coordinates every resource in this province to make sure that we give an alternative, because we cannot wait for Pretoria to act. Our MEC have raised in MINMEX, in budget submissions, in parliamentary questions, and through written representations to the minister. We've used every single cooperative governance measure available to us. Policing is not a concurrent function. It is an exclusive national competency. The Western Cape government does not have the power to hire a single police officer. They've not got the power to set a single SAPS budget item, but the Western Cape government has
Honorable
taken
Chief Whip, your time has
responsibility.
expired. Please take your seat. Order. Can I just get an indication? Is Honorable Brinkhuis, are you on the virtual platform?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay,
Am I
honorable
audible?
order members in the House. There's the Honorable Brinkhuis is on the hybrid system. I recognize the Honorable Brinkhuis.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Speaker, Al Jamaah states its deep concern and opposition to the DA-run city of Cape Town's invitation to the United States military personnel to conduct training exercises with police cadets in the city. South Africans are fully aware of the brutality displayed by ICE and other US law enforcement structures. We welcome efforts to upskill our police officers to effectively combat crime, gangsterism, and drug dealings, but we reject any training by foreign governments who are guilty of genocide and racism, illegal military operations of other countries. We see on social media how communities affected by crime are welcoming the deployment of the SANDF. Al Jamaah calls on the province to take advantage of the presence of the SANDF by shutting down the thousands of drug dens and taverns, the springboards for gender-based violence, rapes, gangsterism, crime, and antisocial behavior. Several police officers are occupied with carrying out community services such as affidavits and certification of documents. They are also community workers qualified to certify documents. Why not deploy them at SAPS stations, libraries, and community centers to allow police officers to focus on fighting crime? The Western Cape province does have the capacity to improvise on combating crime in hotspot areas. Start with cleaning up the townships of illegal drug dens and taverns. These are also interventions to combat crime, but it seems that the bulk of its anti-crime interventions are reserved for the leafy suburbs. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brinkhuis. I recognize the Honorable Christians.
Honorable Speaker, the Western Cape remains one of the most violent provinces in the country, with approximately 1,160 murders recorded in a single quarter in 2025 alone. Speaker, we are particularly concerned about what continued to happen, one of the highest murder rates nationally. 15.2 murders per 100,000 in recent reporting. But Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we must be honest. It's just not a policing problem. It's an all of society problem. What is one of the major problems that we have in our townships is that drug lords is buying up houses in townships. Up to 10 to 16 houses they buy in one township, and they expand the drug trade by having these houses. Drug lords also target the most vulnerable old age people that's in arrears with utility bills. They pay the arrears, and that old person that's vulnerable is indebted to that drug lord. And that's another house where they store drugs, another house where they store guns and ammunition. Deputy Speaker, I've reported in this house before. Our schools need to be sorted out. I visited the school, and a primary school, because the parents were very concerned. Listen to this. Out of 25 learners on a primary school tested, 21 were positive. Now, if we don't fix that, we're going to have a serious problem. I reported another school, a high school, of 120 learners of the high school on drugs tested positive. Now, the problem that we have, Deputy Speaker, is that they also sell those drugs. So if we don't cut that, we're going to sit with a problem where drug lords recruit our learners to belong to drugs, to gangs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I recognize the Honorable G. Murray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I do not agree with the Honorable Van Minnen that gives the impression that all police officers are part of the problem. We have good police officers that put their lives on the line every single day for this country. SAPs have become increasingly ineffective. That is a fact, but it's due to understaffing. Understaffing is not a recent occurrence. In 2011, 2012, we already had a shortage of 35,000 SAPS officers to serve this country. When police stations are understaffed, it leads to a lack of visible policing. Patrols become irregular, while hardworking detectives carry heavy caseloads to handle, all contributing to the near collapse of our police and criminal justice system. Speaker, police arrive hours after a crime scene has happened. Communities are also experiencing difficulties, Afrikaans-speaking communities. The language barrier that is creating a problem and affecting the accuracy of their statements. Middle-income communities are now spending funds or their income on private security. So we have a major problem in South Africa, and the South African National Defence Force cannot make up for the lack of SAPS capacity, not in the time that they are deployed. Now, with a limited time, Speaker, I want to ask the Premier, where's the safety plan for the Western Cape? We're looking for better coordination between the national government and the province, and the DA and the ANC, being the two heavyweight partners in the GNU, has got to carry responsibility for this. Unless we fix policing capacity, crime will continue to win and destroy innocent lives. Speaker, I thank you.
I now recognize the Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the impunity with which many of these criminal groups and gangs operate today did not arise overnight. It is the direct consequence of more than a decade of the systematic weakening of the South African police service. For years, instability within crime intelligence structures has undermined the ability of the SAPs to gather and act on critical intelligence information. Specialized units that once formed the backbone of our fight against organized crime have been hollowed out. Police stations, particularly in high crime areas across the Western Cape, remain chronically under-resourced. Detective capacity has declined while case backlogs continue to grow at an alarming rate. We must be clear. The consequences of the national government's failure to resource SAPS is not abstract. They are felt every single day in our communities. They are felt when calls for assistance go unanswered because there are simply not enough officers on duty or there is no vehicle available. They are felt when investigations stall because one detective is burdened with more than 400 dockets. They are felt when visible policing is reduced, creating space for criminals to operate with increasing boldness. At the heart of this crisis lies a simple truth. No system, no matter how committed its members may be, can function optimally under severe and sustained pressure without the necessary resources. Let me be clear. The ordinary men and women of SAPS are not the problem. They are in fact doing their very best under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. They are working long hours, often with inadequate support, insufficient resources, and overwhelming caseloads. But no individual, no matter how dedicated, can compensate for systemic understaffing and institutional weakness. The national government has failed to prioritize the resourcing and capacitation of SAPS in proportion to the scale of violent and organized crime facing our province and country. The result is deeply unjust. The very communities that suffer the highest levels of crime are often served by police stations operating far below the personnel levels required to perform their duties effectively. Deputy Speaker, when police visibility declines, crime increases. When investigations are delayed, justice is denied. When intelligence capacity is weakened, organized crime thrives. And when communities see that crimes are not prevented and perpetrators are not successfully prosecuted, public confidence in law enforcement begins to erode. The erosion of trust is the most damaging consequences of police inefficiency. Without trust, communities are less likely to report crimes, less likely to cooperate with investigations, and less likely to partner with police in building safer neighborhoods. It creates a vicious circle, one in which weakened policing leads to more crime, and more crime further undermines confidence in policing. Short-term interventions, such as the deployment of the South African National Defence Force, may provide temporary relief. They may increase visibility for a time, but they do not address the underlying systemic failures within SAPS. Soldiers are not trained investigators. They do not build case dockets. Without a properly capacitated police service, these interventions remain temporary measures applied to a long-term structural problem. The long-term solution is clear. The urgent and sustained capacitation of the South African Police Service. National government must prioritize rebuilding investigative and intelligence capacity so that SAPS can effectively confront organized crime and gangsterism. This includes strengthening specialized units such as crime intelligence, the anti-gang unit, and detective services. It also includes the expansion of certain policing functions to municipalities having capacity. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety remains committed to strengthening the relationship between SAPS and communities. Through community police forums and neighborhood watches, we facilitate constructive dialogue, encourage collaboration, and empower residents to play an active role in their own safety. The inability of SAPS to consistently utilize intelligence to prevent deadly incidents, coupled with low rates of successful prosecutions, makes it increasingly difficult to sustain public trust. And this is extremely unfair to the many hardworking police officers who are doing their best under challenging conditions. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety compiles an annual policing needs and priorities report. This report provides a comprehensive overview of policing in the province, highlighting shortcomings, identifying...
Kindly conclude, Minister.
And it is formally submitted to the National Minister of Police and National Police Commissioner. And despite this, nothing has been done to implement these recommendations.
Thank you so much. Honorable, I now recognize the Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape government blames crime and the culture of gangsterism in the province on the police to avoid accountability for the consequences of their own ideological and political failures. The DA has been in government in Cape Town for 20 years and for nearly 18 years in the Western Cape. And the people on the Cape Flats are now paying in blood for the government's failures to develop and implement strategies to transform the radically divided and unequal apartheid city, while at the same time manage the global phenomenon of urbanization. It is obviously true that Cape Town and the Western Cape would benefit from better policing. But it is a lie that there's nothing that the city or province could do to fix things, including the alleged skewed police deployments. The Western Cape Constitution and the Western Cape Community Safety Act provide for this government to move beyond complaining and take action. It's interesting to hear the Minister for Police Oversight, because just 3 or 4 months ago, responding to my questions in writing, Minister Marais indicated that the provincial government's unhappiness about police resources related to skewed deployment within the province. She said the provincial government had repeatedly recommended to SAPS that its system of allocations needed to take cognizance of which areas were experiencing the most crime. She confirmed that the Police Act provides for provincial commissioners to distribute policing resources. If the commissioner continues to ignore the provincial government, the Constitution lays out a process to have him removed. Where are we with that process? In 2019, the Premier, then the MEC for Safety, initiated an intergovernmental dispute about police resources. Shortly after he was elected Premier in June 2019, he made more noises about it. 7 years have passed. What has this government done to force the Provincial Police Commissioner to implement its policing needs and priority
Kindly
assessments?
conclude, member.
They've done absolutely nothing beyond repeat an intention to declare an intergovernmental dispute.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, we are to commence. I recognize the Honorable Lecker.
And Rensu family on the passing of their daughter Amahle. We also send our heartfelt condolences to the family of Pastor Nosipho Daniel, a devoted member of the ANC and a tireless activist against gender-based violence, passed away after a short illness. Both families will lay their loved ones to rest this coming weekend. We stand with them in their grief. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this grief is not isolated. It reflects a province in pain. The province of the Western Cape is facing a crisis of safety and violent crimes, not a perceived crisis, but a lived one. In January alone, 345 people were murdered. In just 11 days in March, a further 82 lives were lost. These are not just numbers. These are human beings whose lives were cut short. And as we stand here today, that crisis continues to unfold in real time. Just yesterday in Delft, 4 people, including a 13-year-old child, were shot in the head in what happened appears to be an execution-style killing. This was not a random violence. It was organized, deliberate, and ruthless. This is the reality of the Cape Flats communities, are living in what has effectively become a permanent crime scene, even with the deployment of the army. We must call this what it is, a crisis of violent crime. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the motion before us speaks about understaffing in the South African Police Service. Yes, there are challenges within SAPS. These challenges are known and they must be addressed. But we must not reduce a complex crisis into a single convenient explanation. The narrative that crime in the Western Cape is simply as a result of a shortage of police has already been challenged with facts. Misrepresenting capacity does not make our communities safer. It only distorts the real problem. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as a former member of the South African Police Service, I understand the pressure within the system. But I also know this. Even a fully staffed police service will struggle in communities where the social conditions continue to produce crime. And the minister agrees with me. Violence in this province is rooted in deeper structural realities. It is rooted in poverty. It is rooted in unemployment. It is rooted in inequality. It is rooted in the continued underdevelopment of working class communities where someone allegedly shot a criminal there. You cannot police your way out of that reality. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we welcome the deployment of the South African National Defence Force as a force multiplier, but we must be honest. The continued killings in areas like Delft and across the Cape Flats, even after this deployment, shows us limitations. Short-term deployment cannot resolve a long-term crisis of structural inequality. If this intervention is to have any real impact, it must be intelligence-driven. It must target the networks that drive violence. The gang leadership, Premier, you agree, the drug trade, and the growing scourge of extortion that is suffocating our local economies and terrorizing communities, thanks to the DA for its initiation in Bennetberg. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. Organized crime does not operate in a vacuum. It thrives in an environment where there are opportunities to infiltrate economic activity and public systems. There are serious ongoing concerns about the extent to which extortion and racketeering have become entrenched in parts of this province, including in relation to the awarding of certain contracts to unknown gangsters by the provincial government and its municipalities. Does the issue ring a bell in Menenberg where the DA started it?
Exactly.
The scale of violence in the Western Cape meets the
Honorable Lecker, the clock will stop. There's a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Honorable Member is pointing fingers at us. Is it allowed in Parliament to do this finger pointing?
Honorable, please take your seat. Honorable members, we are drawing this important subject Member Nkondlo, honorable members, I will remind members that this is a very, like the speaker has indicated, a very emotive topic. I sincerely trust that members will afford the speaker that is on the floor, who has prepared input to conclude, and we will then promptly finish off with the final speaker, and to always remain consistent with the decorum of the House. Honorable Lecker, you may proceed.
In actual fact, Deputy Speaker, when you stopped me, the clock was at 02:04, not at 02:01.
I've made a note of that, Honorable Lecker, and you will be afforded your due time.
Thank you. The ANC has been consistent. The scale of violence in the Western Cape meets the conditions for a national state of disaster. This is not a slogan. It is a necessary intervention to unlock resources, coordinate all spheres of government, and drive a response that addresses both enforcement and root causes of crime. What is deeply concerning is the posture of the DA. They speak as if they are observers, but they govern this province. They govern the city, and they are part of the GNU. They cannot escape responsibility. For years, we have seen safety plans and large budget, but where is the impact? Where is safety plan 2.0? Where is the change in the daily lived experience of our people? Where is the visible presence of law enforcement in areas that are needed the most? You cannot speak about safety while neglecting development. You cannot demand more powers while failing to use the very same powers you already have to change the conditions on the ground. We acknowledge initiatives such as increased investment in sport and recreation, but it is not enough. The scale of this crisis requires a far greater investment in working class communities. It requires jobs, education, infrastructure, and a state that restores dignity. If we continue to treat crime as a policing issue alone, we will continue to fail. And we will continue to fail to confront the structural drivers of violence. We will continue to bury our own brothers and sisters. That is why we reiterate clearly and without hesitation that violent crime in the Western Cape must be declared a national disaster, not tomorrow, not at some future, but our people are not statistics.
Kindly conclude, member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. They are families, they are children, they are communities living in fear. They deserve safety, dignity, and a future. The time for decisive, coordinated, and people-centered action is now.
Thank you, Honorable Lecter. Honorable members, I now recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to all of you who've participated in this debate. The Honourable Godsall said, do we choose politics or do we choose people? I choose people. I also want to say that following on the Honourable Lecker, who spoke about the mothers and the brothers and the sisters, the families, we side with those families and we side with them in condolences to the 204 people in this province who lost their lives since the deployment of the military in this province. You know that in week 14 and 15 of this year is the first 2 weeks of the deployment of the military to add as force multipliers in dealing with gangsterism in our province, and crime went up by 3.5% in that period. So we have to side with the people. We have to make a plan to change things. So, Deputy Speaker, in November last year, I delivered to this House a statement on the Western Cape Ombudsman's report on the Judge Tulari's findings. That was in 2022. And that was where it was about lifestyle audits because of what he said about what policing problems we have. The senior table of police in this province is linked to gangs. We called for that. It was also clear that in that executive statement, there seemed to be a much more serious issue. IPID, post that statement, took 2 years to even start the investigation. 2 years post. And our offer to fund the lifestyle audits were totally ignored by SAPS. We really are trying to make sure that we side with the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 14 years ago, my predecessor, before I became the Premier, established the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry. And the then national minister tried to stop that process, went to court, but lost, which we were grateful for. But when that commission finished their work in 2014, it provided 20 concrete recommendations to the South African Police Service to improve the functions and make residents safer. To this date, none of those have been implemented. How can that be? In November last year, I wrote to Minister Angie Motshekga to ask her if the SANDF had concluded or conducted an analysis of the 2019 deployment of the military across the Cape Flats. That message went unanswered. For months, I have warned the need to do something different this time around. I have said that we have to make sure that while welcoming these extra boots on the ground, this force multiplier, as many people have spoken about, we need to make sure that we learn those lessons, that we use this deployment alongside real proper intelligence, making sure that we can secure convictions, making sure that we can arrest these high-ranking gang figures, making sure that special courts are put in place. But unfortunately, a few days in, we don't have those 800 deployed to our region. We're lucky if in these sites that are deployed, the 17 sites, we get 20 per shift. It is not being managed properly. Speaker, there is a common thread that leaves me and the residents of this province deeply concerned and very frustrated. 14 years since the Khayelitsha Commission, 8 years since the Zondo Commission, and 4 years since the Tulare judgment. Still, in many of these cases, no accountability and no improvement from the national level. 7 years since the last SANDF deployment on the Cape Flats, from which it seems national government has learned nothing. Year after year, the Policing Needs and Priorities report, from which we see no concrete action from National SAP's leadership. More than 6 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since the failing SAP's members, since the falling of SAP's numbers. We know that there were more SAP's members in 2019 when I became the Premier than there is today deployed in this province. An 11-year decline in the murder detection rate. Countless reports by national and international civil society, including the Institute for Security Studies, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, and the same thing, focus on investigative capacity, better crime intelligence, interdicting the flow of drugs and illegal firearms into the province, and ensure that we compile watertight, prosecution-ready dockets to put these repeat offenders away, put them in jail for good. But no lessons seem to be learned. It is maddening that these lessons are not taken seriously or we don't learn from them. For years now, we have known that concrete steps necessary to fix policing in South Africa are needed. In the Western Cape, we have put our comparative minimal resourcing towards implementing these lessons, and we continue to innovate. We've announced already, on top of what we are already doing in the safety plan, we are adding and acquiring scanners now that we can start to detect drugs and illegal guns coming into our province. We're expanding the program where lawyers are deployed to police stations so that we can get better dockets. We're listening to those reports. We are putting a gang observatory in place so we can have anonymized information into law enforcement agencies so that we can put those gangsters and extortionists and drug dealers behind bars. But the hard and brutal truth is that until the senior management of SAPS learns the importance of intelligence-led policing, until national government guarantees the resources that will fix our broken intelligence capacity, or until capable subnational governments are given the mandate and the resources to do it ourselves, we will not win. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Kindly conclude.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are serious in the Western Cape about fighting crime. We know that we've got to do it across the country, national government, provincial government, and local government. And only if we choose people over politics will we start to get this right.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. That concludes the debate. And in terms of Rule 197, we will proceed to interpellations. And I recognize the Minister, the first interpellation, the Minister for Mobility, Minister Seleku.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. But before
Order members. We have proceeded. I've recognized the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. But before ndithethe benzawuthanda udlulisa amazwi engxengxezo kusapho lwakwaGquqguqu. Oqhinebe ndingxengxeza ndithi akuhlanga lungehlanga, mabalale ngenxeba. Sikunye nabo nakuyo le meko ngoba ulilungu lale committee ka-mobility. Firstly, I also need to appreciate the interpellation member because learner transport safety matters, because it protects children's lives and ensure that they can travel to and from school without the risk of accident or injury. When transport is safe and reliable, learners are more likely to attend school regularly, which support better academic performance since they arrive focused and ready to learn. It also builds trust amongst parents and communities, knowing that children are in secure conditions during their journey. Safe transport helps prevent risky behavior, such as overcrowding or reckless driving, while also promoting important road safety habits that learners can carry into adulthood. In addition, it reduces legal and financial consequences for transport providers and ensures equal access to education, especially for learners who live far from school and in rural areas. Most schools and learner transport routes fall within municipal road networks. The department has therefore integrated its learner transport safety program with municipalities and road safety management, ensuring coordinated and targeted interventions. Key measures implemented include the following: heightened joint operations plans and executed with municipalities, with a specific focus on learner transport routes and time of peak learners movement. A significant increase in learner transport enforcement operations reflected in the current department's APP 2026-2027. Registration data for scholar transport vehicles has been loaded onto departmental systems, enabling traffic officers to identify registered versus unregistered learner transport vehicles during operations. Targeted route-based interventions on roads leading to school, focusing not only on registered scholar transport, but also on public transport and private vehicles transporting learners. During the reported period, Deputy Speaker, the department concluded 468 learner transport focus operations, 1,241 public transport operations, which also included vehicles transporting learners, 350 scholar patrol interventions to improve safety at school crossings, 98 road safety education talks conducted at schools, the establishment of 14 junior traffic training centers, also known as JTTCs, to promote road safety awareness amongst learners. These combined enforcement, education, and coordination measures are aimed at improving safety outcomes for learners both on routes to school and during transportations. And then, Deputy Speaker, over the past 12 months, targeted learner transport operations have resulted in well over 5,000 fines issued and more than 150 vehicles impounded for serious violation. These include overloading, unroadworthy vehicles, and non-compliance with operating licenses. Each of these interventions represents a potential incident to be prevented. In addition to provincial traffic, municipal traffic services across the province continue to prioritize learner transport operations, ensuring a coordinated and sustained enforcement presence on the ground. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as recently as last week, a joint operation at Cascade Primary School in Mitchells Plain led to over 250 fines issued and 17 vehicles impounded in a single morning. In one instance, Deputy Speaker, a 7-seater was found transporting 23 learners, and a 15-seater was also found transporting 27
Kindly conclude,
learners.
Minister.
That is not just a non-compliance. This is a direct threat to the lives of our children. This is not a system that waits for incidents to be recorded after the fact. It is indeed a system
Thank you,
that
Honourable
identifies
Minister.
risk and removes them from our roads. Thank you very much.
Based on the interpellations, the minister will have a second opportunity. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, that's precisely why I'm asking this question. But thank you, Minister, for your reply and also the interventions from your department. When we look at vehicles being, the checks that's been recorded and vehicles, the amount of fines for lack of permits, for unroadworthy vehicles, and driver violations. I was astonished to see that, the amount of learners that comes out of one taxi. And I know it's just not. I feel sorry for those who cannot afford transport, and I'm not talking about, the department where they contract people. I'm talking about those in the townships that's vulnerable, that cannot afford transport to get to school. So they put their it was recorded that learners was found in a bucky, and that about that accident happened. So there's a problem when you don't have the means by getting my child to school. What do? I pay a person with a bucky, and I don't know how we're going to solve this problem, because it's a financial problem as well. I want to get my child to the school. I did not get my child into the nearest school. There's transport involved, but I don't have the money to pay. What do? So it's a massive problem that we are facing. And especially, when you see of the 1,200 fines for offenses, such as vehicles that are not roadworthy, smooth tires, and our learners are at risk. So, Minister, I think the entire House do appreciate the interventions, but I don't know, somehow, and especially in the rural areas, getting learners to school is a massive problem. The department don't have the money to, and that's why we have the radius of 5 kilometers. I mean, that is the radius, that is the rule. But what about your child, that's 4 kilometers away from the school? That is the problem we're facing. Now, I know we've engaged the department with this, and it's going to cost millions. You can't do that. But somehow we need to make sure that our learners end up in the school and are traveling in safe transport to get there. So I'm not denying the fact that you're doing what you're doing. I'm just saying somehow we will have to get a middle road for those who are left behind, for those who are struggling and getting in. I would rather send my child in a bucket to get to school as to keeping at home. Or I'd rather send my child. We can say it's wrong, but I want my child to be educated. So what do? So that is why the amount of fines and all of those, that is why this is so important. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. I recognize the Honourable Professor Mbombo.
Honourable Speaker, road safety is non-negotiable for the DA Western Cape government. Before the start of festive season, between 8 and 15 December 2025 alone, 200 integrated roadblocks were conducted. 44,000 vehicles were stopped and 119 were arrested. During the festive season, between 15 to 28 December 2025, 200 more arrests were made. It is evident from these statistics of many arrests are being made between short periods of time that safety on our roads is of paramount importance for the provincial mobility. We do acknowledge the work done by our officers whose boots are probably worn out because they never leave our roads. They are working to ensure everyone is protected by making arrests, by conducting vehicle checks, and more. And Deputy Speaker, we have seen road fatalities that have decreased during the 2026 Easter period by 14%. In addition, we have seen the department establishing the junior traffic training centers to curb pedestrian deaths by educating learners at our schools about road safety, because child safety is not an afterthought. Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you, I would like to ask the Minister if there are any technological tools that are being made available by the department that will help the parents to be able to track their children who are using those school transport in real time, while they travel to and from school. For me as a parent, when I'll be at work from the morning until the evening and I don't know the child is safe, how can the department help so that they could be able to track the vehicle in real time so that to know just in case the children are safe? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mbombo. I recognize Honorable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While the MEC speaks of enforcement operations, operating license compliance and vehicle checks as safety measures, the real test is whether these measures amount to a meaningful safeguarding framework for learners, especially those in rural communities who travel long distance under more vulnerable conditions. This concern is sharpened by the fact that learner transport safety is not limited to road crashes or overloading, but should also include the conduct of drivers and the protection of children while in transit. In this regard, the case in Piketberg, where a learner transport driver appeared in court following allegations of sexual assault involving a school learner, raises serious questions about whether the department's approach to safety is sufficiently child-centered and preventative. MEC, given that learner transport incidents in the past 12 months have included not only road safety risks, but also the Piketberg case involving allegations of sexual assault by a learner transport driver. What measure has your department implemented to ensure that learner safety includes proper safeguarding of children, especially in rural communities? And if no formal safeguarding framework exists, how does the department satisfy itself that its current measures are adequate? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. I recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if the Minister can answer, is there meaningful synergy when it comes to joint planning, shared data, coordinated enforcement across all spheres? Is there that synergy? Do they chat to one another to make sure that, when it comes to transportation issues? But Deputy Speaker, also, unsafe learner transport undermines education. It undermines education. When parents fear the safety of their children, attendance drops at school, and learners are faced with unnecessary stress before they even enter into the classroom. Now, I don't even want to talk about the gang affected areas because safe routes are often the only way of protection to some of our learners that's in violent, crime-ridden areas. So, Deputy Speaker, let me again say I do not have all the answers, and I don't think we have all the answers. But somehow we must make sure that our learners get safe to school. There's no compromise when it comes to the safety of our learners getting to schools. Because when that learner's in school, we know, Minister, we know when learners at school is a safe space. Now, to keep that learner at home, that learner is vulnerable. What happens at home? Because both parents is working. So when that learner's at school, it's a safe space. At home, they're vulnerable. So please, and we commend what your department is doing, Minister, but more needs to be done. And I know it's in collaboration with the education department, with the money available. But how do we fix the problem to make sure that not because of transport, the learner wants to be at school, the parent is worried, and keep the learner at home. It's another learner, maybe it's going to fail, not because of their own circumstances, but because they cannot get to school. That is the biggest problem. So this is a serious problem that we are facing, Minister, and I hope that more will be done to accommodate, to get our learners safely at our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I recognize the Honorable Seleku, the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. And Deputy Chairperson, I will start by an incident that I was confronted with while I think a few weeks in office, when I was called to a scene when a taxi overturned. On my arrival, what I was confronted with was two parents, sitting next to a wall, crying. And then within a few minutes, I was present when the body of a young school child was taken out because an overload taxi overturned. And that particular child lost his or her life. And that is what exactly that we are doing as the Department of Mobility together with education in developing an app where a particular parent can actually see the movement of that particular child, where you can tap on a contracted transport and you can tap off. And then you are able to get alerts as a parent to see the movement of your particular child. And those, we are currently piloting that one in Stanford and in Swellendam in 3 schools. And currently we've got about 67 children that are part of that. And the uptake is great. And those are the kind of initiatives that we are trying to bring on because we do realize the importance of safety of our children and we need to tackle that. And that's why we are looking at ways and means using technology and making sure that as a parent, I am able to track the movement of my child when that particular child goes to on that bus and gets off that bus, because what we want to see, we want our children to return safe home. And also what is important, what we need to do also, that safety is a whole of society approach. It is indeed a responsibility of an individual to make sure when your child is picked up by any mode of transport, but that particular mode of transport is in the right condition. That's what is important. And we, as the Department of Mobility, have been in talks with National, because currently what we are doing at all MECs in our country, together with the National Minister, we are looking at legislation specifically when it comes to scholar transport because of what has happened in Johannesburg. And we don't want a repeat of what has happened. Currently, anybody can transport our children to school without the knowledge of us as a department, because it can be a deal between your neighbors and no one can actually stop them. But we are looking at it together with the national minister. And I think that's what is important. But also what we are also doing from the side of regulation, we are actually going to be embarking on a process of making sure what is it that we can bring in legislation that can actually make sure that every individual in our province is actually safe, because there are vehicles, we're not just talking about public transport, that are not worthy to be on our roads because the standard of their vehicles can actually cause accidents. So those are the kind of things that we are doing to make sure that we keep everybody safe in our province. But also what is important, it is also our responsibility as neighbors and residents in our different areas. When you see someone, either via when you are picking through a window, when you see your neighbor's child being transported by a mode of transport that you feel is not right, or when you see children in a minibus taxi or a bakkie or a 7-seater who's got 15 people instead of 7, that you also play your role as a person. Because if we are able to do that and we have a joint effort and we have a collective responsibility in making sure that we are able to take a picture of that particular mode of transport, registration number, send it to us, we are able to look at it and we are able to attend to those
Kindly
issues.
conclude,
Thank you very
Minister.
much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes interpellation number 1. We proceed to interpellation number 2, and I recognize the Minister on the hybrid system, Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I do welcome the opportunity of presenting to the House details of what is clearly an often misunderstood process. And let me begin by addressing the premise of the Honourable Member's question. In the Western Cape, land release is not an event. It is part of a disciplined end-to-end delivery system. Experience has over many years taught us that simply releasing land without a plan to develop it does not automatically create housing. It actually creates stagnation and frustration. And that is why our approach is structured around 3 key principles, which are as follows. Our first principle, in terms of how we identify the land, is done in the following way. It is also how we prioritize our land. Proximity to jobs, transport and economic activity, availability of bulk infrastructure, readiness for development within a realistic time frame. Honourable members, because we all know location matters, and that is exactly why we are unlocking well-located parcels such as Prestwich Precinct, Leeuloop, Founders Garden. These are not peripheral projects. They are deliberately positioned in areas of opportunity and services created to support a meaningful society. The second principle is understanding our pipeline. The honourable member asks, what proportion of land has resulted in completed housing units? But this question reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of how infrastructure delivery actually works. Land release is not the final step. It is the entry point into a pipeline made up of a number of key stages: concept, feasibility, planning approvals, funding alignment, and then construction. Each of these phases must be completed properly, otherwise projects fail. What we are doing in the Western Cape is ensuring that land moves through this pipeline efficiently, projects are actively tracked and managed, and bottlenecks are identified and removed. And the third principle is what this is delivering for us. This approach is already producing results for us. We have seen major projects like Vialmut and Itemba, which have come online and will be delivering thousands of housing opportunities. The inner city developments are now moving from planning into implementation, and we have a provincial infrastructure pipeline of over 152 billion rand, ensuring long-term delivery at scale. Honourable Deputy Speaker, if you measure success only by completed units at a single point in time, you are in danger of missing the real reform that is underway. Because what we are building is not just projects. We are building a system that consistently delivers projects. This thinking is clearly set out in 3 key publications of the Department of Infrastructure as follows. There's the Western Cape Infrastructure Framework 2050, the Western Cape Infrastructure Strategy 2050, and the Western Cape Infrastructure Implementation Plan 2050, or colloquially called the Singular Pipeline. In closing, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and let me say this clearly to the House, land release without delivery is symbolism. In the Western Cape, we build the full pipeline, from land to opportunity. And that is why we are not only releasing land, we are turning it into real, scalable delivery linked to real opportunities for all of the people of our province. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I recognize Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I couldn't agree with the MEC more, or the Minister more. Releasing land without building is symbolic and nothing more. And that's the reason for this interpellation. Firstly, to highlight that repeatedly making the same announcements about social and affordable housing is a ruse to give people the impression that there's progress when there's none. And secondly, to underscore that even if the province was serious about developing affordable housing, releasing land is the first of many steps required before houses are actually built. And at the current rate of progress, citizens in desperate need of shelter will likely remain without proper homes for decades. The hundreds of thousands of people waiting for dignified housing in this province attest to the cynicism of our MEC's new T-shirts proclaiming "for you" on the back. If the provincial cabinet was for poorer citizens, it would have a strategy and plan to address the critical housing shortage that is the province's greatest existential crisis. Let us examine the announcements that the province and its sister, the City of Cape Town, keep presenting as progress. And what does the land identification process entail? It appears to be simply identifying parcels of land previously identified for housing, rebranding and re-announcing them. It's also about reading through existing plans, picking out the best parts and presenting it as somehow something new. Every site that this government has suddenly started releasing for affordable housing is land that was identified in the 2011 City Centre Regeneration Plan. The groundwork was done, and then the province did nothing for 15 years. The same goes for the city. Every parcel of land announced for affordable housing over the past year was previously announced in 2017. The Rutland Street fruit and veg site was announced in 2017, re-announced in 2022 with a big fanfare launch, and then re-announced in 2024. It would be comical if it wasn't so painfully cynical. Instead of accelerating delivery, what we have are repackaging exercises. So the question is, where's the progress? Releasing land, as the Minister said, is not delivery. Announcing land is not housing. Identifying land is not justice. The real work begins after the announcement, when bulk infrastructure must be installed, when communities must be engaged, when planning approvals must be expedited, and when actual homes are built. That is the difficult part. That is the part that changes lives, and that is precisely where this government is falling short. Housing delivery has declined alarmingly. If we are serious about being a province that works for all its people, then we must move beyond PR that sells and resells rebranded plans. We must focus on implementation, on accountability, on measurable outcomes, because the people of this province do not need more announcements. They need homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the Honorable Wessels.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the housing backlog affects every province and municipality, not just in the Western Cape or not just in the city of Cape Town. But in October last year, the Minister of Human Settlements confirmed that the DA-led city of Cape Town has delivered more houses than any other metro in the country over the last 30 years. Even in the last 5 years, Cape Town built 12,401 houses, more than Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni combined. Johannesburg, under the ANC, EFF, and PA coalition, only built 4,932. That is 50% more than the largest metro in the country. This is the DA difference. We build houses where we govern. In addition, the DA-led Western Cape has identified land for more houses. From provincial land alone, nearly 17,500 housing opportunities have been earmarked across Blue Downs, Sea Point, Hout Bay, the Foreshore, and the Cape Town CBD. The DA is determined to deliver on both urban and rural areas. So, Deputy Speaker, maybe the question to the Minister should be, why is it that the Western Cape builds more houses than any other province in the country? Thank you very much.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. With an interpellation, the time allocated is much shorter, and I didn't want to interrupt the speaker. So the continued talking and conversing, it is interrupting the speaker. Honorable Lekker, you will now have your opportunity.
Deputy Speaker, clearly some in the DA are deputy ministers instead of being ordinary members. If we are serious about housing reform, we must stop pretending that the current model in the Western Cape is the only option available. It is not. There are global examples that expose the limitations of this approach. Take Vienna. In that city, nearly half of all residents live in social or publicly supported housing. Rents are more affordable because the state actively intervenes in land, supply, and pricing. Housing is treated as infrastructure, not a speculation. And it is integrated into the city, in case you don't know. No. Now, contrast that with Cape Town. Here, despite repeated housing crisis, the state continues to rely heavily on market-led solutions that have failed to deliver affordability at scale. Well-located land remains locked up or delayed while informal settlements expand further away from opportunity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is a contradiction. The department speaks about special integration, yet fails to unlock central land. It speaks about opportunity, yet allows housing demand to be absorbed on the outskirts. It speaks about delivery, yet more than 600,000 people remain on housing waiting list while key land remains unresolved. At the same time, speculative pressure continues to grow. Short-term rental platforms and investor-driven pricing are accelerating rent inflation. While regulation remains weak, let us call this what it is, a policy contradiction between what is said and what is done. Honorable MEC, the people of this province are not asking for theories about markets. They are seeking a simple question: why, after decades of democracy, does the spatial geography of apartheid remain intact, while your department continue to defend
Thank
a
you.
model that privileges the market and entrenches exclusion?
Thank you, Honorable Lekker. I recognize the Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if we turn to page 457 of the 2026 budget, we are presented with this robust and exciting social housing pipeline that the Minister spoke about. And on paper, it's impressive. It suggests movement, ambition, and scale. But in the same breath, it makes it clear that there's no funding to actually implement this pipeline, no funding to build the social housing our residents so desperately need. So what exactly are we looking at here? We're told that land is being released at speed. We are presented with parcels of land that have been identified, repackaged, and announced as progress. But what is the model underpinning the approach? How does it benefit people to hear about land release devoid of any credible funding plans to develop them? Land without housing is not delivery, it's political manipulation and delay. What we see is a growing gap between what is announced and what is achievable. With every announcement of land released for mixed uses, including affordable and social housing, we add to this very impressive social housing pipeline that without any funding is in reality an empty packet. The 26-27 budget tells us that we have 3,900 new social housing rental units in the Western Cape government pipeline and 1,400 new social housing rental units in the City of Cape Town's mayoral land release program. But as the Infrastructure Committee heard, none of these are funded by the Consolidated Capital Grant. And until they are, they cannot proceed. So a pipeline without funding is not a plan, it's just a wish list. It raises a fundamental question: are we building homes or are we chasing headlines? Because communities cannot live in announcements, they cannot raise their families on identified parcels of land. If anything, making the same announcements on repeat risks deepening frustration and eroding public trust. People are told that progress is being made, yet their lived reality remains unchanged. Our government has a number of realities staring them in the face: growing housing demand and a crisis of affordability. Releasing land to the market solves neither. Instead of focusing on the rapid release of more and more land, this government should be investing its time and energy in developing a clear and credible framework that ensures every parcel of land released is matched with funding, planning, and a realistic time for delivery. Our MEC for Finance announced the establishment of an alternative and blending finance reserve. 518 million rand has been set aside for this funding source in the MTEF. Unfortunately, there's no mention of this reserve being used to fund or finance the development of housing. Once again, instead of being innovative, the Western Cape will blame the national government for not fully funding its housing needs, which is a concurrent mandate. Yet it will happily spend billions on a failing policing plan, which is not its mandate. A more honest and intelligent government would understand the links between undignified social environments and antisocial behavior, and they would get building. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the Minister, Minister Simmers.
No, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And again, I do welcome the member's question he posed. But if one look at Good's 2.5-page housing policy, Good actually has written a housing manifesto that is full of noble intentions, but dololo ability to deliver. There's no money, there's no projected funding needs, there's no clear lines, clear timelines in their own policy, which is sad. They have no delivery machinery to back what they are proposing. They are not realistically bound in the reality of what is happening as we speak. So they are actually the ones campaigning on slogans and seeking to stir up emotions, whereas this DA-led provincial government has a track record of delivery, but also now a track record of innovation in terms of affordable housing. And in 2020, as the Minister of Human Settlements, then honorable members of the House, through you, Deputy Speaker, when I became that minister, I said I will now introduce DA policy focusing on affordable housing, which has its various elements. Over the years, we have now seen that social housing, which is funded by SHRA, is actually the funding allocation is being reduced even over this MTF. But instead of blaming National, as the Honourable Member Heron seeks to create the intention or the impression which we do, I have not done that. In my budget speech, I clearly outlined the legislative reforms which we are busy with. I have indicated the administrative reforms we are busy implementing in partnership with the Provincial Treasury. And when I appeared before the Standing Committee, I did indicate that these reforms will seek to fund our singular pipeline, with national grants becoming more unreliable, yet our pipeline of opportunities are there to be funded. It is how do you create the architecture in terms of governance to ensure that affordable housing is less reliant on national grant funding and more on alternative blended financing approaches, which we are busy with. And through you, Deputy Speaker, this House will be informed once that reforms are in place, once partnerships have been concluded, so that we can give a specific timeline on what will be implemented by when. So indeed, we have been very clear. We have given policy direction, and that is why more and more partners are coming to the Western Cape, seeking to partner with the Department of Infrastructure and more so focusing on our singular investment pipeline, which does include affordable housing and affordable rental options, which is ultimately what social housing is. It's only an affordable rental option. Now to Honourable Lekker. And sadly, she says, she speaks of the failures of 30 years. And I'm happy that the ANC in this House are finally acknowledging something which the ANC nationally still needs to acknowledge. Their policies have kept our citizens entrapped in spatial design, because what they seek to fund, how the grant seeks to assist provinces, not just the Western Cape, is based on what their guidelines are. As much as it is a concurrent function, and we saw 2 years ago the unilateral removal or taking of funds from this province. And that is where the problem lies. Provinces understand their demographics, understand the needs. And in the Western Cape, we have stories of success as we rightfully break down spatial segregation. The Honourable Member Lekker speaks of houses. We speak of human settlements, because our people do not just need houses. They need homes and all other amenities that builds a cohesive post-apartheid community, and that is the true ambition where we are heading towards in terms of affordable housing, to ensure that our people have a dignified life. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I am allowing 5 seconds to 10 seconds as we proceed, seeing that the Minister is also engaged in interpellation 3. Minister, I trust that you are ready for interpellation 3. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair, and thank you to Member Lekker for the question. The rising cost of living, and particularly rental pressure, is a reality we take very seriously across our entire province. But we must also understand what is driving this. Firstly, more people are moving to the Western Cape because our economy is growing, and these residents who come to our shores see a government that actually works for all of its people. But that success brings opportunity, but it also brings pressure at the same time. So our response cannot be short-term or reactive. It must be structural, coordinated, and forward-looking. So our strategy rests on 3 pillars. Firstly, well-located land being released. And through our rapid land release program, we are unlocking state-owned, let me re-emphasize, provincially state-owned land in areas of opportunity. Not far from jobs, not disconnected from the transport nodes, but located where people can access opportunity, because affordable housing far from opportunity is not affordable, it is actually exclusion. Secondly is our inner city and mixed-use developments. We are actively developing well-located land in urban centers in projects like Prestwich, Leeuloop, and Founders Garden. And these are designed to bring our residents closer to jobs, public transport, and economic activity, because this is about reversing apartheid spatial patterns in a practical, deliverable way. And thirdly, scaling delivery through the infrastructure pipeline. And here we are aligning our land with park infrastructure, funding, and ensuring its implementation ready. Because all of this through a single coordinated pipeline is going to prove to be successful. Because housing delivery does not fail at construction, Deputy Speaker. It fails when these elements are not aligned, and that is exactly what we are seeking to fix in the Western Cape. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is not abstract to me and my department. It is about people, families accessing opportunities in developments like Velmoed, residents being brought closer to work, schools and services, and individuals who are no longer trapped by distance and cost. Affordable housing is not just about the number of units. It is about access, it is about dignity, but most importantly, it is about opportunity. So let me conclude with this, Deputy Speaker. Affordable housing is not about distance, it is about access. And in the Western Cape, we are bringing people closer to opportunity. We are not chasing headlines. We are building a system that delivers today and, importantly, for all of us to understand, into the future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I recognize the Honorable Lekker.
Exorbitant rental costs and the rising cost of living have pushed and excluded many residents from living in the city. The reality facing tenants in Cape Town is becoming increasingly unsustainable. In the latest Pay Prop Rental Index shows that average rent in the Western Cape are now nearing 12,000, far above national average of around 9,400 for working families, young professionals, and the working poor. This is simply unaffordable. As a result, thousands of residents are being pushed further away from economic hubs, quality schools, and essential services. This spatial apartheid continues to deepen, reinforcing the legacy of apartheid geography in our province. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the housing market in Cape Town is not just under pressure. It is distorted beyond recognition, access to space increasingly determined by income, and policy choices have deepened exclusion rather than reserve it. A basic one-bedroom apartment in or near the city can cost between 11,000 and 20,000. Even a small apartment in the CBD is around 12,000 or more. At the same time, in areas such as Elita Park and Blue Downs, families are paying thousands for overcrowded and undignified living conditions. This Speaker, what is particularly concerning is the growing impact of short-term rentals and tourism-driven property markets. The New York Times recently reported up to 70% of residential stock in parts of the city center is being used for hotel and short-term rentals. This has the effect of shrinking the long-term rental market and leaving up prices for ordinary citizens. Honorable MEC, this crisis is not simply the result of market forces. It is reinforced by government inaction and policy contradiction. Well-located public land, including the Tafelberg site, remains unresolved despite years of public demand and affordable housing. So the question is this: why does your department continue to defend a system where public land is delayed, housing delivery is pushed to the periphery, and the market is left unchecked to determine who can live in the city? What is your actual plan to ensure affordable housing in well-located areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lekker. I recognize the Honorable Wessels.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are 6 inner city social housing projects currently underway in Cape Town. It's expected to deliver more than 2,100 housing units in well-located areas, including Pine Road, Dillon Lane, Salt River Market, Pickwick Street, New Market Street, and then the former Fruit and Veg site in Zonneblum. This suggests that the DA-led Western Cape government is making provision for inner city housing. Recently, the Press West Precinct inner city mixed-use affordable housing development in Cape Town was also announced. This project, located in the heart of the city centre, is the third major unveiling in just over a year of a residentially led mixed-use affordable housing development in the metro, following the successful launches of Leeuloop and Founders Garden. Can the Minister please explain how many units exactly will be delivered from the Prestwich Precinct Inner City Housing Project? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Wessels. I recognise the Honourable Heron.
Deputy Speaker, I can't believe the Honourable Wessels mentioned Pine Road. Pine Road and Dillon Lane were allocated for social housing in 2011. If you go there now, it's a piece of grass with nothing built. Please, Deputy Speaker, this is an important conversation. There are two essential elements to addressing our housing affordability crisis: defining what affordable means and enforcing affordability and securing its perpetuity. And the Western Cape Provincial Government has done neither. What it and its stepsisters in the City of Cape Town do rather well is make regular promises about affordable housing without actually building any. They mouth the word affordability as a political pacifier without even knowing what it means. A good example is the City of Cape Town's amendment to its municipal planning bylaw, which labels a new zoning right affordable rental flats without bothering to define what it considers affordable. The simple answer to Honourable Lekker's question is that the DA-led governments in the city and the province have no strategies to enable people in the ghettos to access affordable houses close to areas of economic opportunity. If they did, they wouldn't have sold the Good Hope Centre for a pittance to a Nigerian pastor. The real state of play is that the Western Cape is developing fewer and fewer subsidized homes, fully or partially subsidized. Property prices on the open market are rising exponentially, and the exclusionary short-term rental market is booming. While this is great for the rich, there's no room in the equation for affordability. If the provincial government cared about affordable housing, it would have regulated what affordability means, how it is enforced, and how affordable units remain affordable and aren't sold off to developers for gentrification. Announcing the release of public land for affordable housing with none of these regulations in place is therefore purely performative. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, Queen Gertrude delivers the immortal line, "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." What it means is that over-insistence on a matter, such as the DA's constant commitments on housing affordability, actually suggests they're lying or hiding the truth.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. I recognise the Honourable Lekker.
Clearly, there's a policy contradiction in the DA. They are asking a simple question. The people of this province are not asking for theories and markets. After decades of democracy, does the spatial geography of apartheid remain intact? And definitely the question is yes. What are you doing about it? What are you doing about it, Premier? Honorable MEC, maybe I must ask, will your department continue to defend a model that privileges the market and entrenches exclusion? Or will you implement a decisive program of well-located social housing, accelerated land release, and measures to stabilize rental costs? Because without this shift, this crisis will not improve, it will deepen. Will you please ensure that you dismantle the apartheid spatial planning in the Western Cape? Not only in Cape Town, but in the rural areas as well. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lekker. I recognise the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for all the members for the inputs. Indeed, Honourable Deputy Speaker and members of the House, my department has adopted a multi-pronged strategy to actually tackle the housing affordability crisis, having now, together with the Department of Local Government, initiated 2 housing case studies between the previous term and this term. And the data shows us that we need to primarily be focusing on spatial transformation, which we are, bringing residents closer to economic hubs, which we are, and areas of opportunity, which we already are across the entire province. Because spatial transformation is guided by principles contained in the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, or SPLUMA, the National Development Plan, and the Social Housing Act, where these are applicable, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Now, our department also supports the development of affordable housing within gazetted restructuring zones and priority housing development areas, or PHDAs, as is gazetted by the National Minister after consultation with provinces and the municipalities. And these are designed to attract investment in well-located areas and provide rental options at below market rates. Now, my department has developed a significant social housing pipeline and is actively advocating for adequate funding for the implementation of the pipeline, while we are simultaneously investigating and pursuing alternative funding models and sources of finance, as I alluded to in interpellation number 2. But what have we done over the last 3 to 4 years? The Honourable Vessel specifically asks the number of opportunities in terms of press reach, but I'll answer that also so that our members can have the full picture of what we have been busy with. Not talking, not slogans, not stuck in apartheid mentality like the ANC's mindset still are, even though it's their policy that have been failing our people 30 years down the line. We have developed over the last 3 to 4 years a pipeline that can yield, in terms of affordable housing, well over 14,768 opportunities, honourable members. Of this, the affordable component is more than half of that quantum. In terms of press reach, honourable member Vessels, it is set to yield 310 opportunities. 120 will focus on social and affordable housing opportunities. But what is significant to understand, locked within these figures, you have Conradi Park, which 1,715 out of 3,500 opportunities are social and affordable housing. Not a slogan, not pipe dreams, not planning, implementation, with social housing now being a nearly complete phase 2 of that, and we are now moving towards the open market component of our development. If we look at the area of Leeuloop, which I announced earlier this year and last year, not slogans, not pipe dreams, not campaigning, actually shifting our levers toward implementation with our cabinet yesterday concurring to release that land now to the preferred bidder. Not talking, it's being done. And of 853 opportunities, 363 will be affordable housing. And so I can make examples of our other projects. And as we note the concerns about the funding of our affordable pipeline, we're also seeking solutions, because the Democratic Alliance, as a government in the Western Cape, just like at the City of Cape Town, are seeking to find solutions which do require a different mindset, a different type of financing formula, but most importantly, taking all of our communities on this journey. Too many of our opposition are stuck in apartheid. They quote slogans, but they cannot deliver, whereas this government has a proud track record of delivering quality, not quantity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes interpellations, and we will now proceed in terms of Rule 202. Honourable members, when the chair has the floor. Honourable Lekker. Honourable Nkondlo, we are about to proceed in terms of Rule 202, and as the questions that are printed on the order paper, honourable members are reminded that if they wish to ask a follow-up, that as soon as the Premier or the Minister commences with the answer, they are able to use the raise your hand function on the hybrid system or on the platform. Are you rising in terms of question number 2?
Yes, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
I'll do it after question number 1.
Is it possible for me to rise once to bundle all of them, or would you like me to rise every single time?
No, on 2, because the Premier is here.
Okay.
So you rise as soon as the very first person that is not in the house, and that is bundled all together. No, you can bundle it after the first speaker who is in the house. Thank you so much. And then there's 4 opportunities, as members are aware. I now recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable member for the question. And it obviously links directly to the last two interpellations as well. The Department of Infrastructure informed me that, one, the Department of Infrastructure, or DOI, as the custodian of the Western Cape government-owned immovable assets, adopts a structured and regulated approach to the disposal of any asset. The disposal of surplus public immovable assets is undertaken to support local government in fulfilling its service delivery mandate. This process is governed by the provisions of the Government's Immovable Asset Management Act, or GIAMA, and the Western Cape's Land Administration Act, WCLAA, and its regulations. In line with this framework and the disposal of assets, it's subject to the following key principles. Properties must be declared surplus to the operational requirements of the provincial government. Disposal must contribute to and support municipal service delivery and the development of public infrastructure and community facilities. And next point, all disposals require approval by the relevant delegated authority in accordance with the applicable legislation and government processes. 2, the provincial government has identified a number of public immovable assets for disposal during the current financial year. These disposals are intended to support infrastructure development, service delivery, and community upliftment initiatives across various municipalities. That list is of some length, so if you don't mind, I will table it, and we can then make sure that the questioner gets the full list as well. Thank you.
Honourable members, I see no hands in the chamber. I see your hand now, but let me first go to the member that posed the question. Hand is also raised on the hybrid system. Honourable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in the light of the growing demand for well-located land for housing, how does the province justify disposing of public land instead of prioritizing its release for affordable or social housing development? If the Premier can just give a response to that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Barnes. You know, obviously, as I said, with the criteria of how disposals happen, depending on who's looking for that specific property, and then from there, the policies will be applied. So when the Honourable Member gets the long list, you will see that many of these urbans were disposed of for IRT bus lanes or perhaps water pipelines, for servitudes, and some of them obviously for sporting facilities or human settlement development. It goes through that process, and depending on after departments have had a look, municipalities will then make sure that between the department and the municipality, they then agree on what the usage of that property will be. And of course, the demand is taken into consideration.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I see the Honourable Licker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the Premier confirm whether there's been any public participation processes that have already been initiated for planned disposal in this financial year? And if so, can we get the details?
Thank you very much to the Honourable Lecker. I can't actually answer that question of what those processes are. I mean, if you look at the list of all these properties, they all have to go through the GIAMA process. But of course, that would have to be posed for those exact processes to the Minister of Infrastructure, because this question didn't ask that specific question. Otherwise, that answer would have been attached here to the answer. So I think that question would need to be asked separately.
I see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Premier, can I check in line with this question that how is the province balancing the need to use infrastructure development as part of the growth for job strategy and the socio-economic needs
for property and land in the province? What mechanism, what instrument do you use?
So obviously, as part of that GIAMA process, that is exactly what happens, because every department gets the opportunity to engage on that specific piece of land, or not necessarily only what the department makes available, but could also proactively approach the department. So I'm pretty sure, and that aligns probably to the previous question. If I look at this list, you'll see, there's IRF 17639 Mitchells Plain, IRF 25872 Mitchells Plain, remainder of IRF 5993 Cape Town, remainder of IRF 5934 Cape Town, and so this list goes on. All of those are for the purposes of the IRT bus lane directly into Mitchells Plain. So that connects directly to the growth and jobs G4J strategy, because it is how mobility is increased, specifically in a city with so much demand, and we see the increase in traffic. And of course, you see more and more traffic in the city itself. Of course, the same thing goes, not only necessarily land being available, but the drive that we've had where Minister Saleko and PRASA have been working so hard over the last while to get the trains operational. I was in Captain's Clip the other day and engaging with commuters using the train, and it really makes a difference for that exact purpose, growth and jobs, the G4J strategy. So, I mean, that's just one component of this answer. Obviously, this is available to the full house, so you can see whether, water pipelines, that adds to opportunities, electrical power line servitudes, these all align, well, not all of them, because some of them are human settlements, some of them are community loose, some of them are sports fields, but the other ones which are helping economic investment, specifically infrastructure investment, at the end of the day will align through you to growth for jobs.
The final question, I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thanks, Premier, for that. Who would then be the final arbiter? Let's say, as you indicate, that there would be different departments, other demands or needs of those either properties or land. So when there's competing interest, for such properties, who becomes the final arbiter, in that case?
So that would end up in cabinet. I have not had a case like this so far where two departments are demanding the same piece of property in the process. When cabinet does get to approve that disposal, it has generally worked out. So I would say cabinet would be the arbiter if there was a dispute. But generally, the DOI, Department of Infrastructure, whose legislation and the ability for them to go through those processes, it generally gets cleared out in that, I would call it the clearinghouse, as GIAMA kicks in, or the Western Cape Land Disposal Act. As those kick in, the real work happens within the Department of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. That concludes question 1. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, agreements have been reached between the members and the ministers for questions 2, 5, 7, and 11 to please stand over until the next sitting.
Just to double check, 7. Then stand over. I now recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Mare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you to Honourable Christians for this question. The stabilization of high violence areas is primarily the mandate of the South African Police Service. However, community policing forums and neighbourhood watches play a critical role as force multipliers, supporting SAPS and Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, or LEAP, officers through integrated crime and violence prevention initiatives. In Mitchells Plain, the department facilitated the establishment of the Mitchells Plain Safety and Development Forum in January 2026, following stakeholders' engagement since July 2025. The Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety has secured 9 million in funding for this project to implement community-driven safety and development projects from April 2026. And these include establishment of 5 safe zones and hubs, trauma-informed programs and holiday activities for youth across 16 areas, youth empowerment initiatives, including safety ambassadors training and exposure opportunities, skills development and employability programs, community-based support interventions such as statement taking and victim support, and training for CPFs and neighborhood watchers in conflict resolution, first aid, safety, and gender-based violence. In the Philippi or Hanover Park area, an integrated multi-sectoral approach is being implemented through collaboration between government departments and local safety stakeholders. This includes targeted interventions to address emerging risks such as youth involvement in stone throwing incidents with community-led engagement and law enforcement actions, resulting in recent arrests for public violence. And in Part B, the department supports neighborhood watches through formal accreditation, capacity building, resource provision, and funding for safety initiatives, ensuring that they operate as structured, capable, and accountable community safety partners in partnership with SAPS. CPFs are similarly supported through basic capacitation in partnership with SAPS and access project-based funding when CPFs apply. Over the past 2 financial years, 2024-25 and 25-26, support provided in key areas included Mitchells Plain, 7 neighborhood watches accredited, 11 resourced and 2 trained, total neighborhood watch funding to 4 is neighborhood watches is total 70,000 Rand, CPF funding 36,000 Rand, and the CPF is currently suspended, just to note, with processes underway for resolution. The neighborhood watch remain functional and supported. In Nova Park in Philippi, 5 neighborhood watches accredited and resourcing provided to 1. Total neighborhood watch funding to 1 is 25,000. And the CPF is functional and supported through intergovernmental collaboration and provision of resources. For example, radios, equipment, and training. And in Delft, 24 neighborhood watches accredited, 24 resourced, and 1 trained. The total neighborhood watch funding to 40 neighborhood watches in total is 210,000, and the CPF funding is 25,000. The Delft CPF remains functional and continues to implement safety initiatives within the area. In partnership with SAPS, the CPF collaborated with the Airports Company South Africa, or AXA, to provide security training to 40 unemployed youth, thereby enhancing their prospects for potential employment at the airport. The CPF further continues to implement additional community safety projects. And lastly, across all 3 areas, neighborhood watches and CPFs receive ongoing support through training, resources, including equipment and branded materials, and coordinated engagement with SAPS and local government to strengthen community-based safety interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Can I just get an indication? So it's from the table staff. So it's Honourable Christians, then Honourable Van Minnen. Are there any further indication? If not, Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to know from the Minister, and thank you for the very comprehensive answer. Now, it seems to me that the gangs are now moving from one area to the area. You build up something in Mitchells Plain and in Hanover Park in Delft, and then you get the shootings in Bondieville that took place. Is the department with the other role players, do they have a proactive role when it comes to certain areas flare up in other areas. So thank you, Minister, for those answers. Do you have a proactive role concerning the other areas of concern? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. As Honourable Christians, as you know, it's all operational from SAPS and our LEAP offices. Our LEAP offices is proactive, but what also is happening, there's various operations that's happening simultaneously with this moving of crime and killings on the Cape Flats. The first one is Operation Lockdown number 3, and the leadership of this operation is outside of the province. They're from Limpopo and from Northern Cape to limit the potential of colluding with the gangs. And then the Operation Chanela number 2 is still continuing. This is our LEAP and law enforcement of the city of Cape Town, as well as our SAPS members. And then also the Ops Prosper, that is with the SANDF, City of Cape Town traffic, as well as our LEAP officers. So I just want to mention also that various firearms confiscations and arrests and all these has been made, and all these investigations are ongoing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Van Minen.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to know from the Honourable Minister if these wonderful investments that are being made in the Neighbourhood Watch and the CPFs are paying off and actually building resilience. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, is it how much have we spent on the...
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Van Minen.
My question is relating to, is it making a difference and building resilience in communities?
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'm going to be very honest. It's making a difference. In some areas, we still have to intervene with different behavioral changes. People is different, but it's definitely making a difference. And I'm happy to say that specifically in our hotspot areas, they're very, very active, the CPFs, as well as our neighbourhood watches. And they are really our ears on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Recognize Honourable Stoffel and then Honourable Nkontlo.
Thank you, Speaker. MEC, despite leaps of deployments, residents in Mitchells Plain, Hanover Park and Delft continue to experience daily shooting. What measurable reduction in gang violence can you point to?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I know it's still a complex problem, and LEAP is really making a difference. And I can provide you with the successes they had specifically in the last 2 weeks. I don't have it on me, but I will let you have all that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkontlo.
The person who has been in this portfolio.
Honourable Member, can you speak to the microphone just for the record? Sorry.
My apologies, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, I'm interested to know from the Minister, since she has been part of this portfolio, what in your view is driving gang violence in those 3 areas, according to the information and the evidence that you are dealing with, and what is community safety doing about it?
Honourable Minister, before you proceed, Honourable Nkontlo, I'm going to ask you to rephrase or repose your question. It's against the rules to ask the opinion, the view of the Minister. So can you, I'm going to give you an opportunity to reconstruct your question.
Ithetha isiXhosa ke mntakwethu, mhlawumbe izawuvakala ndithetha ngesiXhosa. Umbuzo wami uthi njengoba kaloku umphathiswa enoko sekunethuba epha. Into endizama uyi-understand, Minister, is what drives gang-related violence in those 3 areas? That's my question.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. You may now answer the question.
Thank you. I can say in my view, but what I know is that it's organized crime.
Thank you very much, honourable members. That brings us to the end of question number 3. I now recognize the Honourable Minister as we move to question number 4.
Thank you, Honourable Heron, for this question. The activities undertaken to advance this mandate are implemented through key programs, including our Peace Officer Training Support, the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, the establishment of a law enforcement rural safety unit at municipalities, and the establishment and support of municipal K9 units. Additional activities are carried out through the Community Resilience Program, the Street Coach and Safety Observatory, and Project Chrysalis Academy. These programs support community-based safety initiatives, youth development, violence prevention, and evidence-based safety planning and monitoring. The program also includes the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. And furthermore, the purpose of this program is to give effect to the constitutional mandate of provinces in promoting good relationships between communities and the police through a whole of society approach, and to ensure that all policing service delivery complaints in the province are dealt with independently and effectively. Through these programs, the province continues to strengthen municipal law enforcement capacity, build safer and more resilient communities, improve cooperation between communities and the police, and ensure that policing service delivery complaints are dealt with effectively and independently. Then there are 1,091 officials within LEAP on active duty. 9 senior officers are responsible for command and control, and 953 operationally active officials are deployed into 6 priority SAP station precincts and a roving reaction unit supporting 3 areas, Hanover Park, Manenberg, and Elsies River. Additionally, a contingent of 129 LEAP officials perform support of back office duties for the operational detachments. And LEAP officers are stationed as follows. Priority SAP station supported, Nyanga 121, Guguletu 129, Kailicha 127, Mitchells Plain 126, Philippi East 184, Delft 129. The LEAP reaction unit, as I've said, is 137, and the support back office duties is 129. They are in the Armory's control room, workforce planning, CCTV, and administration. And the LEAP and command and control are 9 officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I've got Honourable Heron, Honourable Van Minnen, Honourable Marais, and Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the answers. I think I would like to start with the number of LEAP officers that are deployed. The Minister spoke of 1,091. The program was launched with 1,000. It was supposed to have been increased to 1,200 as announced in November 2025, 1,100 in 2022. But in terms of the 2026 budget, under vote 4, we see that the department talks about 2025, 2026, having on average, LEAP deploys, I'm quoting, 700 trained officers to bolster SAP's efforts. So what is the discrepancy between what you disclose in your budget book and these numbers that you're talking about now?
Honourable Minister.
What you're asking is what they're on active duty right now. You must remember some of them are off duty, they're on sick leave as well as on holiday. So that's what they have on this moment, that's on active duty, and they're deployed throughout the communities.
Honourable Van Minnen.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I just want to know what the plans are in terms of the expansion of the LEAP program and programs like the Mitchells Plain rollout. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I don't have the exact detail of the operational details of LEAP. They usually don't give that to us, but I want to invite the Standing Committee to do a walkabout with us whenever you can.
Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Minister, the deployment of LEAP officers.
Honorable Marais, please switch on your microphone.
Honourable Minister, the deployment of LEAP officers and the activities have been noted, but to which degree is it resulting in the reduction of the SAPS deployment in the Western Cape in terms of fighting crime? Because the Premier referred to that previously, and I'm concerned about the cooperation between SAPS and LEAP to sort out our crime matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to be very honest. There were a problem between SAPS and the LEAP deployment. We've resolved that problem. So at this moment, it's going very well. But still LEAP is a multiplier, a force multiplier to SAPS because SAPS are understaffed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then the last opportunity, Honorable Stoffel.
Thank you, Speaker. MEC, are LEAP officers adequately equipped and trained to confront heavily armed criminals? And if so, what specific equipment and operational support do they have to match the level of weaponry used by gangs? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Minister, before you proceed, I'm not going to dictate how you answer, but that's a new question. So if you are able to answer it, or if you want to answer it, I'm not going to dictate, but I'm just cautioning members, there's follow-up on the initial question being posed. So Minister, over to you.
I'm just going to keep it short, said yes, they are fully equipped and they're fully trained. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of question number 3. I believe question number 4. I believe question number 5 is standing over. We move on to question number 6, and I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In response to Part A, the Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness applies a data-driven and equitable approach to the allocation and deployment of ambulances across districts. The distribution model is guided by population density, service demand, geography, and travel time data, ensuring that both rural and urban communities have access to timely emergency care. In this context, waiting time is understood to mean ambulance response time defined as the time from when the emergency call is received to when the first dispatched medical resource arrives on scene. The Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness does not apply a single uniform response target for all ambulance calls because response times depend on the clinical priority of the incident, geography, operational demand, mission times, and scene safety considerations. The Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness EMS response times are influenced by a number of factors, including travel distances in rural areas, high demand and traffic congestion in the metro, prolonged mission times, and safety-related constraints in some communities. EMS dispatch operators are trained to be able to triage the patient appropriately as calls are received. Calls are prioritized as either P1 or P2 based on the severity or acuteness of the condition of the patient rather than the order in which they are received. This ensures that the most acute cases are prioritized. Between January and March of 2026, a total of 112,024 calls were received by the EMS dispatch units in the Western Cape. To provide an accurate picture of ambulance response times, the median average has been used. This helps prevent exceptional EMS cases such as rescue operations, including offshore rescues, from distorting the overall data, as these incidents often take significantly longer than routine ambulance responses. When both P1 and P2 categories are included, the average median waiting time between January and March 2026 was 1. Rural all calls, 38.65 minutes. 2. Metro City of Cape Town all calls, 72.52 minutes. And 3. Red zones all calls, average response 79.75 minutes. 79.75 minutes. While every case is important and our teams strive to service every call as quickly as possible, P1 cases take priority due to their severity. When zeroing in on the average ambulance response times in the metro and in rural areas for P1 calls, rural P1 average response time in minutes is 23.08 and metro 47.25, red zones 62.73. With regard to red zones, ambulance response times may increase as ambulances may only enter red zones with police escorts. Part B, the Western Cape currently operates functional ambulances supported by rescue vehicles and specialized response units that together form part of the province's integrated emergency medical services or EMS fleet. To improve coverage in rural areas, the Department of Health and Wellness has implemented the following: continuous fleet renewal and distribution with new vehicles allocated to rural districts to ensure reliability and reduce downtime. Satellite ambulance stations and deployment points in remote areas to reduce response times and travel distances. Centralized call coordination through the EMS Communication Center, enabling optimal vehicle dispatch based on proximity and severity of the incident. Integrated response networks that include aero medical support, rescue services, and health net transfers to supplement rural coverage. Use of real-time tracking and digital monitoring systems to improve fleet management, route optimization, and dispatch efficiency. The department continues to collaborate with local municipalities and the Provincial Western Cape Mobility Department, and thank you to my colleague, to ensure that ambulance coverage remains equitable, efficient, and responsive to community needs, particularly in rural and geographically challenging areas. However, the Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness does not solely rely on a fleet of public ambulances, but on a broader EMS ecosystem comprising of public ambulances and private service providers. In particular, the department is working with private sector providers around inter-facility transfers. The department's response to pressures on the platform therefore extends beyond vehicle numbers. It includes ensuring the availability of vehicles, the availability of appropriately qualified staff to crew ambulance across shifts, improvements in dispatch and coordination, and broader efforts to manage mission times and system pressures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize Honourable Windvogel and then Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. Ek wil net weet van die minister af what is the current ambulance to population ratio in the province? Then only one question.
You stopped yourself there, Honourable Windvogel. Yes, you are correct. Only one follow-up question, Honourable Minister. Over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think that's a new question, so I would encourage the Honourable Member to submit that in writing and I'll be able to provide a response.
Honourable Kaiser Philander, Honourable Boyson, and then Honourable Windvogel, the last opportunity again.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, through you to the Minister. In what other ways is the department working to improve, Speaker, access to ambulances? Thank you very much. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. There are various ways that we are working to improve access. As mentioned, interfacility transfers is one of them. But another key way that we're working to improve access is by working with communities. We have a program called the Emergency First Aid Responder Program, or EFAR. We know that many people feel uncertain when there is an emergency. They may not know how serious the situation might be, or when should they seek medical care or call an ambulance or go to the emergency center, especially if this happens after hours or on a weekend. So the EFAR helps to bridge that gap by training community volunteers to be able to provide basic first aid, to be able to assess the situation, to help our communication center in understanding what exactly the situation is on the ground. They're also able to stabilize patients while waiting for the EMS personnel to arrive. So these are ways that help us to make sure that ambulances remain available for the most acute cases when they occur. It also helps to reassure and calm communities when there are incidents that take place. So far, we have 10,000 EFAR volunteers that have been trained across the province, and there's a very strong focus, in particular in rural areas, for after-hours support. These volunteers are very often first on the scene because they live in communities where an incident occurs, and they can do that early assessment, as I mentioned, to be able to relay that information to the call center, and this very, very often helps to improve patient outcomes. I managed to see this firsthand in Claremont when I went to visit clinics there. The need was identified, and the teams went and trained EFAR volunteers, and I'm happy to say that they are now from the community working as EFAR volunteers, and we really value that partnership with communities. Also to mention, sometimes in very rural districts, so for example, Prince Albert Hospital in the Central Karoo is another area where we trained a number of EFAR volunteers. The Central Karoo covers around 30% of the province's land area, but only has 1% of the population. And so in this case, travel distances are quite far, and it's quite evident why these types of programs really help to create better access. So thank you very much to the member for the question.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Boyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, we're aware of triple Ps in the EMS space in the Witzenberg area. My question, Mr. Speaker, is that are there plans for any further expansions within the province? Thank you.
So we do have...
Minister, I'm not going to adjudicate on that question, but it sounded to me like a new question, so I'm not going to dictate Minister, how you answer it. But I will order. I don't need assistance. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Okay. All right. I did sort of allude to partnerships in my original response, which I think is what the honourable member is asking me about. We don't have a formal PPP, but we do have partnerships with the private sector. And so the partnerships in the Metro, the West Coast and the Garden route helps us to conduct inter-facility transfers between facilities for low acuity patients. Also at the start of the financial year, and I think I mentioned it in the House previously, we recruited 30 additional emergency care officers who will be deployed in rural areas in this financial year where the need is greatest. It's an investment of just over 11 million rand, and the officers will focus specifically on inter-facility transfers. And this intervention ensures that areas such as Ceres, Bredasdorp, Knysna, Oudtshoorn, and Gansbaai, Riversdale and Beaufort West have dedicated teams to manage these transfers. And what it does is it frees up ambulances to be able or to be available for critical and emergency cases. So by improving flow into, out of and between facilities, we can free up beds quicker, we can reduce waiting times and improve overall efficiency. Since its inception in December last year, so just a few months ago, this partnership has already enabled 3,000 patient transfers.
Thank you very much. Die achtbare Windvogel.
I want to understand from the minister, she mentioned about the waiting time for ambulances. What concrete measures has our department implemented to ensure that the residents in the red zone still receive timely emergency care? Because up until yesterday, people were waiting 8 hours just for an ambulance. Even in the rural areas, the same thing is happening. because you don't have enough ambulances. So I really want to understand, how do they monitor that? Thank you, Speaker.
Die achtbare minister.
So as mentioned, if we look at both P1 and P2 categories, the average median waiting time between January and March of this year for rural all calls is 38.6 minutes. Metro City of Cape Town all calls 72.5 minutes. Red zones all calls 79.75 minutes. And when we look at P1, which is the highest priority calls, in rural, that's an average response time of 23 minutes, and in the metro, 47.2 minutes. For red zones, it's 62.73 minutes, so definitely it takes longer because we have to wait for that police escort. And we've seen, I'm looking at the average times from January to March 2026, the average median waiting times. And because we have to wait for a police escort, that often compounds the waiting time, which is not ideal. But we have to make sure that the emergency personnel as well as the patients can be kept safe. And we have had, and we're very grateful for cooperation with communities where there was an attack recently, and the community came together and helped us to track down the perpetrators who are now seeing justice. And so I think with these types of collaborations with communities, we can reduce the number of attacks on emergency personnel, which will lessen the number of red zones, and that will then also help improve response times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes question number 6. I've been informed that question number 7, as printed on the question paper, will stand over. We then move on to question 8 as printed, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, Minister Meyer.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to Honourable Member Nkondlo for the question number 8. My response is as follows. The department collaborated with various Western Cape government departments, including infrastructure, health, wellness, and the provincial treasury, and municipalities and national agencies, such as sandparks, to host supplier open days in areas such as Kwanangaba, Bossel Bay, Akkelsdorp in George, Stellenbosch, Malmesbury, Langebaan, and Plettenberg Bay. These events provided a platform that focused on integrating businesses into formal procurement systems through showcasing procurement opportunities in dealing with systemic barriers to their participation. The sessions also aim to help businesses to understand the compliance, also how to register on public procurement database, and to transact with government, but also to learn about available economic opportunities and to access related public sector services. The department ensured that organizations such as the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the CIPC, and the South African Revenue Services are part of this engagement. The department does not operate in isolation, but builds an enabling system, an ecosystem, through collaboration with the National Department of Small Business Development and agencies such as SEDA, the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, to expand the reach and to deepen the impact. To this end, the department collaborated with the National Department of Small Business Development to strengthen and maximize the uptake of national support instruments within the Western Cape. This collaboration focuses on actively facilitating access to local entrepreneurs to key programs such as the Asset Assist and the Spaza Shop Support Fund through targeted awareness, coordination, and the referral mechanisms. The department ensures that the Western Cape businesses are better informed and are able to access these funding and support opportunities, thereby expanding the reach and the impact of both national and provincial interventions in the Western Cape. Honourable Chair, the department will implement also an area-based entrepreneurship development and growth program. This is specifically to align with the LED, the local economic development within municipalities and within the various districts. And this program strengthens the growth and the sustainability of medium and small and micro enterprises in targeted local areas by providing businesses with the necessary development and support. The initiative will be implemented in collaboration with strategic partner organizations to broaden the reach and effectiveness of the supporting system and ensuring that these interventions are both contextually relevant and operationally responsive. Through the mentorship program, practical training, coaching, and market readiness and support, the programs build management capability, business resilience, and a clearer pathway for growth. The department is also in the process of developing a township economic development strategy to provide evidence-based, coherent provincial framework and an implementable strategy that defines the Western Cape government's collective approach aligned to the township economies, very important economies. The strategy will clarify the role and the responsibilities of the Western Cape government departments. As you've heard earlier, our colleagues, the cabinet members have frequently during the question time and during the interpellations have referred to the whole of society approach that also apply in respect to this question. The strategy will also align how government support township economies and expand the economic participation, unlock opportunities within the township economies, and drive inclusive, sustainable growth across the Western Cape. The department will continue to collaborate with other departments and agencies to also roll out the program that is facilitated by the Provincial Treasury, the supplier open day sessions during the 2026-2027 financial year. The department will implement the area-based entrepreneurship development and growth program during the 2026-2027 financial year, which was also a focus of my recent provincial budget speech for economic development and tourism. In addition, Speaker, the Township Economic Development Strategy will be finalized during this current financial year, and it will form part of the department's approach towards the township economy. But this department is not waiting for the strategy to be finalized. We have already engaged in certain targeted areas, and I have referred to those areas, and we will continue to collaborate with the National Department and with SETFA to improve the awareness and access to national support program to increase the uptake and the impact in the Western Cape. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Minister. If you say you will be implementing the strategy in the 2026-2027 financial year, please help us understand by when should we expect the strategy to be tabled, either to the standing committee or to this house, because as you would know, I'm sure it's been, I don't know, more than 10 years waiting on a township strategy. So one just wants, I think as the question asked about the timelines of the interventions you referred to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. I think you will be happy to hear that the national government at its most recent cabinet meeting, that is in this month, approved a draft township and redevelopment and revitalization policy for public comment. My department will now also comment on this draft policy, as township and rural communities plays a significant role in the growth for job strategy in the Western Cape. I've seen the latest government gazette and the government report on the communication coming from GCIS, which is a record of recent decisions. And in the latest one, this draft rural and revitalization strategy was published for comment, and my department will now comment on this draft policy, because this is a very important part of the work of the economic development. And I agree with Honourable Member Nkondlo, this plays a very significant part in the growth for job strategy. Many of these township economies create jobs and prioritize, provide for the livelihoods of many people. I want to thank the Honourable Member Nkondlo for raising this matter privately with me, but also in the Standing Committee on numerous times, and in the debates in this House and in the most recent debate during my budget speech. I appreciate that she will also now comment on the draft strategy of the national government, as I've seen it, that she is keen that we also align our strategy with the national strategy, because we are in the government of national unity and we want to see there is synergy and unity of purpose. And I also know she doesn't just simply talk, and that she will act and also make, like me, a meaningful contribution on this particular topic. And I think people are familiar that the policy is designed to transform local economies from a consumption areas into a productive, vibrant hubs by integrating them into the mainstream economy. It aims to also foster sustainable entrepreneurship, create employment, reduce poverty through a targeted and coordinated approach. This policy is aimed at certain critical areas, namely, for the example, the development of sustainable development and rural entrepreneurs, also to guide the development of a well-coordinated collective ecosystem approach, and also increase access to economic and market opportunities. For me, this is very important. We have to see that small-scale businesses get opportunities for market access, and we have seen through our process of the economic market access program and the expansion of export capabilities that many of these companies, small-scale companies, have now been empowered by my department to also increase their export capabilities. We have run this program throughout the various districts, and I am particularly happy. CSR specifically, when can we have a date for the final approval of this policy? It will certainly be done in the second quarter of this current financial year. And I'm looking forward with her to launch the strategy as we speak.
Baie dankie, agbare minister. I recognize the Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Really, I do appreciate your answers. But really the question is, the Cabinet has recently approved the National Entrepreneurship Strategy. And I think the question really is, how does this strategy become an enabler to all the initiatives that falls directly under the Department's Strategic Priority 5 in order to achieve those township economy, entrepreneurship, and access to economic opportunity, as well as, addressing the questions that are asked by Honourable Nkondlo. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member. The township and rural economic development in a revitalization policy is not a policy that stands alone. It is integrated in the small medium enterprise development strategy, because we have realized in South Africa, and also I'm very thankful to the National Department, that small business development and the rural economy are integrated. And it's for that reason that we, for example, have recently launched a local economic development academy, because we want to make sure that small entrepreneurship development happens in the support of promoting the rural economy, but rural economies also require technical, administrative, and normative skills in building local economic development. And we have launched the first local economic development academy in Swartland municipality to expand the capacity of entrepreneurship. If you look now at where the economies grow the fastest in the world, it is where small and medium enterprise development are linked to rural economic development. And the countries that does this the best are both in Kenya, and if you look at the whole economy of India, the whole economy is built on small and medium enterprises, and it is based on the rural economy. And there's a specific reason why I mention this, because I appreciate that the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations have now declared 2026 as the year for women in agriculture. And I'm very pleased that we are now linking the role of women in agriculture directly to both rural development and to small and medium enterprise development. And there are successful examples around the world, also in South America, where this is working very, very effectively. So to answer the question, rural economic development, township economic development, and SME development is part of the same ecosystem as part of the growth for jobs. This notion that only big companies are fundamentally driving economic growth, it is a myth. It has been demonstrated through research and evidence that small and medium enterprises globally are now driving economic growth. This is why there's a detailed focus now in the Western Cape that mayors of towns must champion economic growth. That is why I held a municipal economic and tourism summit to center stage the role of mayors in economic development and tourism. So these things are interrelated and interconnected as part of the Growth for Jobs strategy. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any further? I recognize Honourable Nkondlo and Honourable Masipa.
Yeah. They did a disservice to you in that conference. Anyway, Minister, in the LED that you've just spoken about, which is very important to anchor township economy, to anchor small business, because all of these are indeed at that level of governance. I'm interested to understand whether, in as far as LED across municipalities of the province, whether there is an existing and efficient LED institutions or institutional capacity to anchor that strategy that the department is going to be developing and implementing, because without those, with the Department of Economic Development in the province, one cannot believe that there would be capacity to implement across the province in those area-based spaces, the type of strategy you are referring to. So do you have LED functions or functioning in the municipalities in the province?
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Nkondlo. I will have, when I'm physically at present, we will have a nice cup of tea together and have a good laugh. Firstly, I think in terms of the local economic development, there are different models. We have a director in the Western Cape Department of Economic Development that deals specifically with local economic development. What she does, she provides technical skills to municipalities, she provides normative development skills, and she provides administrative support to local economic development. And I'm very impressed with the work that she's currently doing in the municipalities. And we have followed approach that we have seen that happens very successfully in Bavaria, specifically at the Technical University of Munich, TUM as it's called. They work with a philosophy that is called startup hubs. And that is the philosophy that we want to see, that any person with an idea, small business development, must not just have an idea without a research, without technical support, without financial support. When you have an idea, we have to go to the university and say, let's test this idea so that it has also a scientific, data and evidence-based approach. If that happens, in other words, we do give you a laboratory, we test your idea through a university. If that test pass, then we say, let us now look at the viability.
Honorable
and
Minister,
financial-
my apologies for interrupting you. Can I please ask that you conclude? The time for oral questions has expired.
Oh, thank you very much, but I will certainly have a cup of tea with my friend, Honorable Member Nkondlo. She knows I love her, and I love to have detailed conversations with her about this thing. But I want to conclude.
Thank you very much, Honorable
No,
Minister.
I am
Honorable
not yet
members.
done. I would very much like to conclude my last sentence.
Now, Honorable Minister, the time has expired. I've allowed you an opportunity to conclude your sentence, so I need to move on. That, honorable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral replies, and outstanding replies will be printed in Hansard. Honorable members, we now move on to statements by members in terms of Rule 145, and I recognize the DA.
Honorable Speaker, I rise today to highlight an important innovation that is transforming the way in which our social workers deliver services across the Western Cape. The Social Work Integrated Management System, better known as the SWIMS app. This app is a practical tool that is improving how government responds to the needs of our people. Through the SWIMS app, social workers are able to securely capture and track their interventions, build a clearer picture of community needs, and generate reliable data that helps guide provincial priorities. Honorable Speaker, our social workers are often on the move, traveling between homes, communities, courts, and healthcare facility. By reducing the administrative burden and time spent on paperwork, the SWIMS app allows them to focus on what matters most, supporting people, strengthening families, and protecting the vulnerable. I also wish to commend the Western Cape Department of Social Development in partnership with the Department of Health and Wellness for expanding the use of this app to health social workers. This is a clear example of a whole of government approach where departments work together to improve service delivery. Since it launched in April 24, the SWIMS app has grown significantly. It now includes the Western Cape Education Department and the Provincial Department of Health and Wellness. In bringing 3 departments onto one single integrated system, today more than 1,300 social workers are already making use of this platform. Honorable Speaker, this innovation demonstrates how smart, practical solutions can enhance service delivery, improve coordination, and ultimately ensure that our residents receive the care and support they deserve. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the situation unfolding at Knoffelhoekstraat must be approached with honesty, not political convenience. The ANC does not support illegal land occupation. However, we refuse to ignore the live reality that thousands of our people are not criminals, but victims of deepening poverty, unemployment, and a collapsing housing system. Today, between 15,000 and 20,000 people live at Knoffelhoekstraat. They are there because they have nowhere else to go. Instead of responding with compassion and developmental urgency, the provincial government and the national department have chosen to run to the courts, seeking containment orders rather than solutions. This is a technocratic response to a human crisis. It does not build houses, it does not restore dignity, it merely freezes suffering. Honorable members, this crisis did not fall from the sky. It is the direct result of policy failure. The housing demand database in the Western Cape has ballooned from 591,000 in 2021 to 643,000 in 2025. At the same time, delivery targets are shrinking and budgets are underspent. There are now 1,274 informal settlements across the province, with 828 in the Cape Metro alone. This is not incidental. It is systemic. It reflects a deliberate retreat by the DA government from its responsibility to build houses for the poor. Knoflokskraal is not an isolated problem. It is a mirror reflecting the housing crisis in the Western Cape. The ANC called for urgent human intervention that prioritize land release, housing delivery, and dignity for our people, not court papers. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the PA. Can I please ask the podium? Can I please ask one of the order members? Honorable Adams.
Agbare Speaker, agbare Premier met die pinkkouse. Ek staan vandag hier met 'n eenvoudige maar belangrike boodskap vir die mense van die Weskaap wat meer verwag van hierdie parlement. Speaker, reg oor ons provinsie is daar gemeenskappe wat nog elke dag sukkel met werkloosheid, armoede, behuisingsnood en 'n gebrek aan werksgeleenthede. Vir baie mense voel dit asof hulle jare lank wag vir verandering wat nooit kom nie en dis net 'n hartseer maar ook baie teleurstellend van die DA-regering. Agbare Speaker, ons sien hoe klein boere sukkel om ondersteuning te kry, veral in Stellenbosch area waar ek verlede week 'n besoek by gedoen het sukkel om 'n vergadering met die agbare minister te kry oor hul bekommernisse. Ons sien jong mense wat hul studies voltooi maar steeds nie werk kry nie. Ons sien gesinne wat jare wag vir behuising terwyl daar projekte is waar huise leeg staan. Byvoorbeeld in Pakkesdorp wat 200 huise al leeg staan vir amper 7 jaar. Hierdie parlement moet 'n plek wees waar die werklike probleme van ons mense aangespreek word, nie deur woorde en verklaringe nie, maar deur konkrete optrede. Ons moet eerlik groot genoeg wees om te erken dat ongelykheid steeds diep gewortel is in ons samelewing. Speaker, ek het in 'n hotel 'n paar 100 meter hiervandaan gestaan en 'n Britse man het vir my daar gesê dat hy kan sien hoe die ongelykhede in die Weskaap en in Suid-Afrika nog altyd heers. Baie van ons mense begin steeds die wedloop van die lewe ver agter ander. As gevolg van historiese onreg en voortdurende uitsluiting soos by Knoflokskraal waar die Demokratiese Alliansie 20,000 van ons Khoi mense wil evict van hulle erfenisgrond af. Agbare Speaker, die mense wat ons hierheen gestuur het, verwag van ons om vir hulle te veg vir waardigheid en regverdigheid en vir 'n beter toekoms.
Honorable member, your time has expired. Please take your seat. I recognize the DA.
Honourable Speaker, the Western Cape continues to lead the way in sustainable governance by embracing world-class financial innovation. I would like to highlight the launch of Africa's first nature-linked outcomes-based bond, a 2.5 billion rand market signal that natural capital is now considered as mainstream finance in our province. This groundbreaking Cape Water Bond is the first of its kind globally, where investor returns are directly tied to verified ecological restoration. By focusing on clearing invasive alien plants in the Boland Groot Windhoek area, this initiative will significantly increase stream flow of water into our dams, which is one of the most cost-effective ways to secure our water supply. Water security is a non-negotiable prerequisite for economic growth. This model transfers execution risk away from the public purse and ensures that private capital only rewards measurable real-world results. Beyond water security, this project will drive green job creation for our rural communities, specifically targeting women and youth, serving as a blueprint for a climate-resilient province. It proves that when we marry the needs of the environment with the sophistication of capital markets, we protect both our economy and our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the EFF. I recognize the NCC.
Dankie Speaker. Vanoggend het inwoners van Knoflokskraal in 'n waardige en vreedsame stil protes byeengekom op die N2 om hul ernstige kommer en verwerping uit te spreek teen wat hulle beskryf as 'n plan van inperking, gedwonge verskywings en indringende hommeltoesig. Dit is nou drones wat onder die regering van die Demokratiese Alliansie in die Weskaap toegepas word. Die protes weerspieël toenemende frustrasie en vrees onder die gemeenskap wat voel dat hulle geteken, gemarginaliseer en uitgesluit word van betekenisvolle betrokkenheid by die besluite van hulle huise, bestaansmiddele en menswaardigheid, asook die reg op grond deur 'n reclaimproses. Die beleid en optrede wat verbind word met Minister Dean McPherson, Premier Ellen Windey, Minister Tertius Summers en Meyer Lincoln de Bruin het ernstige kommer onder inwoners laat ontstaan, almal leiers van die DA. Die stil proses dien as 'n kragtige simbool van verset teen wat inwoners as onregverdig en ongelyke bestuurspraktyke beskou. Dit doen ook 'n beroep op 'n dringende ingryping, deursigtigheid en betekenisvolle openbare deelname in alle toekomstige beplanning en ontwikkelingsprosesse wat Knoflokskraal en soortgelyke gemeenskappe raak. Knoflokskraal is 'n reclaimproses en dit is nie soos ander areas waar grond van die Departement van Publieke Werke beset word en misdaad op groot skaal plaasvind en daar nie sulke optredes in plek gesit word nie. Klomp areas van die departement in hierdie provinsie word ook beset en daar word nie tenders vir drones uitgesit om daardie areas dop te hou nie. Wys die misdaad statistieke van Knoflokskraal waarvan die DA praat. Van die DA wil te kenne gee ons mense wat daar is kriminele.
Member, your time has expired. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the situation exposed by the recent investigation by the Independent Online must be confronted with honesty, not a spin. The ANC will not accept a narrative of well-run city when thousands of our people in Cape Town are forced to live without basic services. In communities such as Imizamo Yethu and Gugulethu, residents are living with raw sewage in their streets, unreliable access to water, and inadequate sanitation. These are matters we have raised in this House. Last year already, it was Philippi. These are the daily lived realities of our people. This is not just a service delivery issue. It is a dignity crisis. No child should grow up surrounded by filth. No family should have to walk long distances just to access water. Yet this is the reality in 2026. What is most concerning is that these conditions persist despite repeated complaints. Communities have spoken, reports have been written, but the response has been slow, inadequate, and in some cases completely absent. This is not an accidental. It reflects a systematic failure to prioritize the needs of the poor. It reflects a government that works well for some, but not for all. Honorable Speaker, we cannot normalize this inequality. We cannot accept a city where basic services depend on where you live. The ANC calls for urgent intervention, accountability, and a clear plan to restore dignity through reliable water, sanitation, and basic services for all our people. I thank you, Speaker.
Baie dankie aan die agbare lid. I recognize the DA.
Honourable Speaker, through you to my colleague, the Honourable Thomas Walters, who may not like what I'm about to say, but credit must be given where it is due. At first glance, Hoërskool Stellenberg's recent rugby success may appear to be an overnight achievement, but as is so often the case, true success is built over time through vision, discipline, and sustained commitment. In the space of less than a month, this Belleville-based dual-medium co-educational school, founded in 1986, has recorded remarkable victories against some of the country's most prestigious rugby institutions. Paul Jim, Grey College, and Paul Roos, along with a commanding performance against Worcester Gym, has rightfully turned heads across the school rugby landscape. Yet behind this lies the result of a long-standing project driven by dedicated individuals who believed in building something meaningful from the ground up. Central to this journey is Dupi Dupree, the school's head of rugby, who's been at Stellenberg since 1995. His vision, perseverance, and willingness to make difficult decisions has laid the foundation for today's success. Honourable Speaker, we must also recognise the broader context. Schoolboy rugby in South Africa has become increasingly competitive, with significant financial investment and bursaries shaping the landscape. Stellenberg competes with long-established rugby powerhouses such as Paul Jim, Paul Boys High, and Paul Roos, schools with a proud history of producing Springboks. And yet, despite these challenges, Stellenberg has shown that success is not only about resources, but about leadership, teamwork, and consistency. The story is about what can be achieved when educators, coaches, and communities commit to developing young people with purpose and integrity. And it reminds us that excellence is not accidental, it is built.
Thank you
I
very
thank
much, Honourable Van Minen. Your time has expired. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus. The Freedom Front Plus. I move on to Al Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, said that Wallahu fi awni al-abdi, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will help his slave to the extent that if the slave helps his next brethren. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I do recognize Honourable Maria. I did see you unmuted yourself, but by that time I've already acknowledged Honourable Brinkhuis. So I'm going to give you an opportunity if you so wish to make a statement.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus notes April is a month of freedom. But this freedom is not being expressed by or experienced by our communities on ground level. They live in fear of their lives every single day. And we call upon the GNU and the big role players, the DA and the ANC, to work together to solve the crime crisis in the Western Cape. We need to create a South Africa that is free from racial discrimination, extreme poverty, and crime. And the Freedom Front Plus remains committed to playing its role to rebuild South Africa, to come forward with solutions, with proposals that will be in the interest of building a better future for all our children, our grandchildren, and future generations. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the ACDP.
Speaker, no statement from the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Good. I then move on to the DA.
Speaker, our province is witnessing the systematic erasure of our natural heritage. The scale of this biological plunder is staggering. Since 2018, over 2.5 million poached plants have been seized in the Western Cape. Even more alarming is the shift towards industrial-scale seed harvesting, with over 1 million seeds stripped from our landscape in just 5 months. To date, 7 species and 2 subspecies are already functionally extinct in the wild. We are fighting a sophisticated international syndicate that treats our biodiversity as a currency for organized crime. These networks deploy up to 150 poachers in a single night and disguise rare flora as common agricultural products to reach global markets. Yet, while syndicates scale up, our frontline defenders are being hollowed out. In the Malmesbury Stock Theft and Endangered Species Unit, personnel have dropped from 10 officers to just 4. These dedicated individuals must police vast landscapes using vehicles with over 750,000 kilometers on the clock. We cannot win this war with a fragmented response. We need a whole-of-government approach that treats biodiversity crime as a threat to national security. Most critically, we must address the prosecution gap. Enforcement is only a deterrent if it leads to a conviction. We urgently need specialized environmental crime courts to ensure these syndicates face the full might of the law. Speaker, our biodiversity is our living infrastructure. We must provide our rangers and our police with the technology and the judicial support required to ensure the Western Cape's natural wealth is not sold off box by box to the highest bidder.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that brings us to the end of member statements. But in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, I now give one or more members of the executive present an opportunity to respond to members' statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively, if they so wish. I recognize Minister Mania.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to associate myself with the statement made about Stellenberg High School. Their thrashing of rugby powerhouse Paul Roos has certainly put them on the map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance, Minister Baartman.
I just want to say thank you for the member statement from Honourable Van Wyk. And I know finances isn't always sexy, but we're going to keep on bragging when we talk about alternative and blended finance. I'm so excited, Speaker, for this Cape Water bond. So on behalf of my colleague, Minister Anton Bredel, and myself, we really must applaud RMB for launching the Cape nature-linked outcomes bond. It is Africa's very first. Clearing alien invasive plants is one of the most cost-effective ways to increase water into our dams. It is a performance-based bond of 2.5 billion rand, and the Nature Conservancy South Africa is also going to bring matching donor funding. It will support our water resilience plan. It's going to support our provincial goals. It's going to create jobs. It is going to benefit the agriculture sector. It is going to start in the Boland Groot Windhoek area, and our Cape Nature entity is going to be a beneficiary. So I want to thank the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning and Cape Nature for really taking the ABF framework and really championing it in our government and taking it seriously. This is what we mean when we say we want private sector and public sector to work with one another in order to make sure we further the interests of our people in our province. And I hope after this bond, we're going to roll it out to the rest of South Africa. Thank you.
Baie dankie aan die agbare minister. I now recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the start of the sitting today dealt with issues like murder, gangsterism, and responding to the statements of 2 members of this House, especially when it gets to illegal land occupation. Illegality is illegality. The rule of law is the rule of law, and it's something in our country that we are allowing to slip. So it is illegal to murder someone. It is illegal. Gender-based violence is a massive scourge in our country. We need to stand up against it. But just so, we also need to stand up against other illegalities. So the honourable member of the NCC asks, so what is it around Knoflokskraal? We know we've got, number one, a court order, which is called a containment order, which seems to be ignored. We also have criminal cases, 166 of the 5th month, 2021, 245 of the 3rd month, 2021, 248 of the 8th month, 2021, 53 of the 9th month, 2021, and 206 of the 9th month, 2021. These are police investigated cases on specific illegal activity with regards to Knoflokskraal. We need to make sure that the rule of law is adhered to. We also need to make sure that statements made in this house are true. We hear that this is a land claim. We have got no record whatsoever of a land claim, but what we do have records of sale of plots by individuals, and some of them very close to this house. We have sale of plots where the owner of the land, which is the people of our country, a public work.
Order.
Public works have the title to that piece of land, and individuals sell pieces of land to other gullible individuals. That is illegal activity. Properties built without plans, illegal activity. The rule of law must stand as sacrosanct in our country if we are to move forward. We can deal with issues like Knoflokskraal, like we said, and it is not about eviction. It is about making sure we adhere to the court ruling of containment, and that we actually go through a process of understanding who is there and why they are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any further order, members? Order. You honorable members on my left-hand side. Order. Order, members. Honorable members, you had an opportunity. Order, members. Honorable members on my left-hand side. Honorable members, this is the responses to member statements made by members. There's a rule allocated for time for this. This is now not the time to debate. This is the response from the executive in terms of the rules. Then you will have another opportunity in another parliamentary mechanism to come and challenge the contents or the inputs. But this is now the opportunity in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, for the members of the executive, whether you agree with it or not. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of members' statements. We now move on to notices of motions in terms of Rule 151. In terms of the Rule 151, all notices of motions by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper, and these motions have been duly submitted and published on the order paper below the line. We now move to motions without notice in terms of Rule 150. I would like to inform you that in terms of the Standing Rule 150, motions without notice, condolences, and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 14th of April 2026. Members are also reminded that motions without notices pertaining to congratulatory and condolences that have not been processed by the Programming Authority will not be allowed in the sitting. I have been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting of 14 April 2026, political parties submitted the names of honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in the sitting of the House. Honourable members, I will therefore, and just for noting and for the purposes of the minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following members' motions have been approved by the Programming Authority as follows. Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Minister M.M. Wenger, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable G. Bosman, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable Minister M.M. Wenger, Honourable W.F. Kaiser Philander, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable D.W. Bryant, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable K. Brinkhuis, Honourable R. Windvogel, Honourable F. Kamfer, Honourable M.K. Syed, Honourable R. Windvogel, Honourable M.K. Syed, Honourable M.K. Syed, Honourable A.P. Barnes, Honourable P.Z. Lekker, Honourable Indian Kontlo, Honourable B. Stoffel, Honourable R. Windvogel, Honourable B. Stoffel, Honourable A.P. Barnes, Honourable B. Stoffel, and Honourable B. Stoffel. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of the proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name as if the member had read it out aloud. I will now afford the opportunity to members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 150, subsection 3, subsection D. And honourable members, this could also include motions without notice that were not approved in the Programming Authority meeting. Honourable members, you are reminded that only 30 minutes as per Standing Rule 150, subsection 3, subsection D, will be allowed and will start now. I recognize the Honourable M.K. Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the Al-Jama, I move without notice to recognize that the City of Cape Town's invitation to US Marines to train Metro Police cadets raises serious legal and constitutional concerns. Further, I recognize that the Constitution states that municipal police services must operate within a national legislative framework. Note that the South African Police Service Act makes it clear that the National Commissioner determines the standards and training for municipal police. I further note that the city has no authority to implement training arrangements outside of that framework. I further acknowledge that the crime prevention methods used by the US structures such as ICE are inhumane, based on racism, and they use extreme brutality measures against innocent victims. Further acknowledge that ICE tactics smacks of the old apartheid policies. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Walters. Honourable Members, you don't need to engage on motions. I put it to you. If you don't agree, you indicate so, and then we move on. Honourable Walters.
Well, Speaker, I rise to ask that this House notes the recent Federal Congress of the Democratic Alliance, at which party leadership was duly elected and a range of policy resolutions were adopted. It recognizes that open contestation, transparent processes, and the peaceful transfer of leadership are central to any healthy democracy. The House further notes that robust internal debate and member participation strengthen accountability and public trust in political institutions. This House affirms that democratic practice must be lived within parties as much as it is defended in government, and that credible governance begins with credible internal processes. It therefore welcomes the reaffirmation of constitutional values, the rule of law, and responsive governance reflected in the Congress outcomes. We further note that this was the largest Congress ever held by the Democratic Alliance and that there was immense national and international interest in the event. It will also have a significant impact on the positive perception of the future of South Africa. The House resolves to support efforts that deepen democratic culture, promote active citizenship, and ensure that elected leaders remain accountable to the people they serve. And then, perhaps on a personal note, the DA offers its services to all the parties here who failed to have internal elections.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Under order. 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 Honourable Members, you only have 30 minutes. Honourable members, in terms of the rule, you only have 30 minutes, and I'm not going to compete with you. I've been competing with you the entire sitting. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. There is an objection, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Bryant.
Speaker, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that in the DA-led city of Cape Town, the Zandvliet wastewater treatment works near Khayelitsha has been completed, is fully operational, and is serving communities including Khayelitsha, Delft, Blue Downs, Umfuleni, and surrounding areas. Further notes that this R2 billion project provides improved and dignified sanitation services while expanding capacity to accommodate future growth in these fast-growing parts of the city.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objection. There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Bryant.
Speaker, I hereby move without notice that this House notes the successful inauguration of the 2026 George Junior City Council by the DA-led George municipality, providing a meaningful platform for young people to participate in local governance and develop leadership skills. Further notes that this initiative reflects the DA's commitment to building an active citizenry, empowering the next generation, and ensuring that young voices are included in decision-making processes. Acknowledges that while many municipalities across South Africa struggle to deliver basic services, DA-led governments continue to invest in programs that strengthen democratic participation and develop future leaders. Further notes that the DA-led George municipality's commitment for setting a standard in youth development and civic engagement contributes to building a capable and accountable state.
So in according to the rules and practice, must put the question to you before you can object. So for as long as you members not going to adhere to the rules, I will educate you as we go along. So I'm now putting the question to the House. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an educated objection on my left-hand side and will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Wessels.
Speaker, I move without notice that in terms of Rule 67, the House permits me to take charge of the motion standing in the name of Member Wessels, who has authorized me to do so. That this House notes the official opening of the 693 million rand Malmesbury bypass. Further notes that this major infrastructure project will improve road safety, reduce travel times, and boost economic activity in the Swartland region. Acknowledges the creation of jobs and support for local businesses during construction, and notes the DA-led Western Cape government's commitment to delivering infrastructure that drives growth and creates opportunities.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper and at some point will be debated in the House. We move on to Honourable Johnson.
Honourable Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes the outstanding achievement of Nicolaas Steenkamp, a learner from Hoërskool Stellenbosch, who won a gold medal at the International Festival of Engineering, Science and Technology in Tunisia. Further notes that this achievement reflects the strength of education and innovation in the Western Cape. Acknowledges that investing in quality education and opportunities in science and technology enables young people to compete and succeed on the global stage, and acknowledges the DA-led Western Cape government for continuing to build a capable, future-focused education system that empowers learners to excel internationally.
Thank you very much, Honourable Johnson. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Order! Honourable members, there's no need for debate. You will have an opportunity once it gets to the House to debate it. We move on to Professor Mbombo.
Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes the 14% reduction in road fatalities in the Western Cape over the 2026 Easter period as a result of increased visible policing and stricter enforcement. Further, notes the proactive efforts of traffic officers, including vehicle checks, arrests for driving under the influence, and the removal of unroadworthy vehicles from our roads. acknowledges that while progress has been made, continued vigilance is needed to address reckless driving and protect vulnerable road users, and acknowledges the DA-led Western Cape government for prioritizing road safety and taking decisive action to save lives. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I move with notice that this House notes the oversight by public representatives is a constitutional responsibility intended to strengthen accountability, improve service delivery, and protect the rights of citizens, and that this function must at all times be exercised within the framework of the Constitution, applicable legislation, and the rules and ethical standards of this provincial parliament. Further notes that oversight must remain firm but orderly, lawful, and respectful of institutional processes, and that conduct which is disruptive, intimidatory, or exceeds the scope of established oversight authority risks undermining both the integrity of institutions and the credibility of oversight itself. Further notes that particular care must be exercised in serving children and other vulnerable citizens who are entitled to heightening constitutional protection, and therefore calls for continued adherence to proper oversight protocols, appropriate coordination with relevant authorities, and the safeguarding of dignity, privacy, and safety during all oversight engagements. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection and it will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move with notice that the House notes that 16 April marks World Voice Day, further recognizes the importance of amplifying the voices of vulnerable groups, including children, marginalized communities, and those whose concerns are often unheard, and calls on all relevant stakeholders to promote initiatives, programs, and policies that ensure every citizen has the opportunity to be heard, respected, and empowered in shaping their own futures. I so move, Speaker.
Baie dankie, agbare lid. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move with notice that the House notes the engagement held in Saldanha by the Ad Hoc Committee on Child Protection Reform as part of its oversight program to assess the availability and effectiveness of child protection services across the Western Cape. Further notes the concerns raised by families regarding delays in foster care placements, gaps in child safety services, and the strain on frontline workers, acknowledges the candid testimonies and practical solutions put forward by community members, practitioners, and stakeholders, recognizes the strong turnout and active participation as a reflection of the deep concern for the well-being of children, further acknowledges the valuable contributions made by various stakeholders, including government departments and entities. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Van Minnen.
Honourable Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes with deep sadness the passing of Mr. Christopher Solomons, long-serving team manager of the DHL Stormers. Further notes his dedicated service to Western Cape Rugby over many years, during which he played a pivotal role in supporting players and management, contributing to the professionalism and success of the team. Acknowledges the respect and admiration he earned across the rugby fraternity for his commitment, humility, and work ethic. Recognizes his contribution to the broader sporting community in the province and the pride he helped bring to its people, and extends its sincere support to his family, friends, colleagues, and the entire Stormers and Western Province rugby community during this difficult time. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minnen. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Van Minnen.
Honourable Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes the official proclamation of the historic Jamia Masjid at 43 Market Street, Strand as a provincial heritage site, effective 27 March 2026. Further notes that the mosque constructed during 1850 and 1870 by freed slaves is the oldest surviving place of worship in the Strand and a cornerstone of the Muslim community's heritage in the Western Cape. Acknowledges its role not only as a place of worship, but also as a center of education and social cohesion, recognizes its architectural significance as a rare example of 19th century clay brick construction, further notes the hardships endured by the community during apartheid, and commends all stakeholders involved in preserving and recognizing this important cultural and historical landmark. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minnen. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I move that the House notes with deep sadness the passing of Mr. John Ntshabalikwana, the 4th of September 1938 to the 12th of April 2026, born in Robert Sobukwe, Graaf Reinet, a respected interpreter at the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, further notes his long-standing service in the Provincial Parliament, where he played a vital role in assisting members of Provincial Parliament by bridging language barriers and ensuring full and effective participation in parliamentary proceedings, acknowledging John's commitment to public service, accessibility, and inclusivity in democratic processes, recognizes his contribution to the cultural life of his community through music, and extends its heartfelt support to his family, friends, colleagues, and all who knew him. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Windvogel.
Speakers up. Yeah. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that the House notes with grave concern the ongoing sewage overflows in Philippines surrounding areas where residents have been forced to endure raw sewage flowing through streets for prolonged periods, creating intolerable living conditions. The House further notes that communities, including those in West Bank, have reportedly been exposed to contaminated water for weeks and even months, resulting in serious health risks such as skin infections, while also negatively impacting livelihoods as residents are unable to work due to illness. The House acknowledges that this situation constitutes a severe public health crisis, undermines the dignity of affected communities, and reflects persistent service delivery failures in sanitation infrastructure. It further recognized the urgent call from residents for immediate intervention, including the deployment of emergency repair teams, provisions of temporary sanitation relief, and a comprehensive assessment of the failing sewer system. The House therefore calls on the City of Cape Town to act with urgency in implementing sustainable interventions to resolve sewage blockages, provide immediate health and sanitation support to affected residents, accelerate infrastructure upgrades, and ensure proper maintenance of sewage systems, while also accounting transparently to the public on clear timelines and measures to prevent the reoccurrence of such a crisis. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Windvogel. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? So there's an objection to the motion being moved without notice, not to the motion itself. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Lekker. Lekker, I recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yelegama object in advance, ne? That the House notes with deep concern the growing frustration amongst residents of Gugulethu regarding the continued delays in the handover of housing units despite long-standing promises made to beneficiaries. The House further notes that more than 70 completed houses at the F8448 site remain unallocated, with residents having waited since as early as 2018 for completion of the project, while some were promised handover as far back as December last year. Yet no clear timelines have been provided. Further notes that the House should acknowledge that many affected residents, including elderly and the vulnerable individuals, continue to live in overcrowded and undignified conditions, with some families sharing small spaces or being forced into informal settlements, highlighting the severe human impact of these delays. The House further notes the growing perception among residents that they are being unfairly excluded from accessing housing opportunities, deepening mistrust in the city's administration and processes. Further recognizes that access to adequate housing is a fundamental constitutional right, and that the continued delays in housing delivery undermine the dignity of the people of Gugulethu and reflect the ongoing failures in the implementation and management of human settlement projects. The House therefore calls on the provincial government to urgently account for the delays in the handover of housing units in Gugulethu, provide a clear and transparent timeline for allocation, prioritize rightful beneficiaries, accelerate the completion of outstanding housing projects, and engage meaningfully with the affected communities to restore trust and ensure that the residents receive the housing they have long been promised. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
No. There's an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honorable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC without notice that the House notes the increase in the national minimum wage to 30.23 cents per hour, which came into effect on the 1st of March 2026, as announced by the Minister of Employment and Labour, representing an upward adjustment from 28.79 cents per hour, recognizing that this increase is aimed at improving the livelihoods of millions of low-income workers, including domestic and farm workers who remain among the most vulnerable in our economy. Further notes that while the increase is a step in the right direction, many workers continue to struggle under the rising cost of living, highlighting the need for a living wage that restores dignity and economic justice, and calls on government to strengthen enforcement mechanisms to ensure full compliance by employers and to continue engaging social partners to progressively improve wages and working conditions of all workers. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable Nkondlo.
Do you need that coffee with the Honourable Mayor? I move without notice that the House notes the significant milestone that from the 1st May 2026, South African exports will enjoy full zero tariff access to China under the China-Africa Economic Partnership Agreement, marking a major step forward in strengthening trade relations between South Africa and one of the world's largest economies. Further notes that this development opens access to a vast consumer market valued at approximately 3.5 trillion rands, presenting meaningful opportunities for South African producers, manufacturers, and exporters to expand their reach. increase competitiveness, and stimulate economic growth, recognizes the potential of this agreement to boost key sectors of the economy, support job creation, and advance South Africa's broader economic transformation and industrialization objectives, particularly for emerging and small-scale enterprises seeking entry into global markets. Therefore, calls on the provincial government to actively support and capacitate local businesses to take full advantage of these new trade opportunities, ensure that the benefits of expanded market access are inclusive and reach those that are historically disadvantaged communities, and implement targeted interventions that will maximize export growth and sustainable economic development. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Honourable Chief Whip, is there a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, I've got no objection to the motion being moved without notice. I'd like to just ask your guidance in terms of Rule 156 to Rule 158 of the Standing Rule, if I may add an amendment to the motion and what that process would be.
You can put your proposal or the amendment to the House, and with the approval of the member, we can then amend the motion with the approval of the member, not the House, the member. So please put your amendment.
Very much, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to add, I move then in terms of Rule 156 and 158 to amend the motion by the Honourable Nkondlo to add, and further thanks Minister John Steenhuisen for his leadership and contribution in this regard. I so move.
Honourable member, order members, there's a process underway in terms of the rules, so please allow me to deal with the process. Honourable Nkondlo, are you happy with that proposal to amend your motion?
I educatively object that addition of a matriculant of a minister. I object.
Thank you very much. The member is not prepared to amend a motion, and therefore I will put the motion as delivered by the member to the House. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objection. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
I move without notice that the House notes with grave concern the growing scourge of extortion targeting small business owners and informal traders, particularly in vulnerable communities where criminal elements exploit poverty and desperation for financial gain, recognizes that such acts not only rob families of their loved ones, but also undermine livelihoods, instill fear in communities, and threaten local economic activity, acknowledges that informal traders and small business owners are the backbone of township economies, and that their safety and ability to operate without intimidation is essential for community stability and economic survival. Therefore, calls on the provincial government and law enforcement to urgently intensify efforts to combat extortion syndicates, strengthen visible policing in affected areas, and ensure swift investigation and prosecution of those responsible, and implement targeted interventions to protect small businesses and restore safety and confidence within communities. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Can I just get just full hands out, can I get an objection in record? Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
I move without notice that the House notes with concern the reported disparities in individual land ownership in the Western Cape, where ownership is indicated as 66% white, 17% colored, 8% Indian, 6% other, and 3% African, reflecting enduring special and economic inequalities within this province. Further notes that such disparities are rooted in the historical legacy of apartheid, land dispossession, and spatial planning, which continues to shape patterns of land ownership, access to economic opportunity, and generational wealth distribution. acknowledges that equitable access to land remains central to achieving meaningful economic transformation, social justice and special redress, as well as improving livelihoods and inclusive growth for all communities in the province. Therefore, calls on the provincial government to urgently strengthen land reform and land disposal programs, accelerate the release of well-located land for human settlement and economic use, and implement targeted interventions to address historical inequalities in land ownership in order to advance an inclusive and equitable development across the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members. Order, members. There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Are you honourable members are you done? There's 6 minutes, 6 seconds remaining. I cannot, Honourable Barnes, I cannot acknowledge you. The time has expired for motions. That brings us to the end of motions without notice, members. And that concludes the business for the day, and the secretary will now end the meeting and all the honourable members will be exited from the sitting. The House is adjourned.